Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this funny little live edition of Crocwatch, the Photoshop edition of Crocwatch. So, listen up, guys. There's a couple of little things to talk about that I kind of thought, is it really worth making a... Hang on, am I coming through? Am I coming through? My little PNG guy isn't talking. There we go. Now I got him to yap. Okay. Now he's just sitting with his mouth hanging open. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, yeah, so, you know, there's some new stuff that I thought might be kind of fun to talk about related to Donkey Kong Bonanza, but I didn't really feel the need to put it together for like a whole video going over this stuff, because, like, on the whole, it's really not all that crazy, I guess, but I thought it would be fun to get on here, do a little streaming, talk to you guys about some of the things that have kind of come to light. Excuse me, by the way. And also just chill. Just chill and chat for a bit, you know. I haven't been on here just to chat with you guys in a while. Last couple of streams have been about Nintendo, excuse me, Nintendo Directs and stuff. So, why not? Why not get on here and do a little funny thing? The chair is speaking. My chair is speaking. You hear this thing? Crickety chair. Piece of crap. Hang on a second. Let me see. Can I, why are you being that way, Mr. PNG Monkey? Is that... There we go. And now he's better. Now he's looking better. Okay. So, I guess we'll just go ahead and kick it off. Right? It's probably a good way to get this stream rolling. Give me 1 second. I'm like bouncing around some tabs here to get myself a little more organized. Where did my live tab go? Disappeared. Here we go. Okay. So, let's start with, let's just start with a little something, okay? First of all, take a look at this. What do you see here? Donkey Kong Country 3 icons are coming to the NSO. How about that? The timing on this, I find this very peculiar. Does nobody else find this at all peculiar? You know, very recently, Skips, our resident DK detective, discovered a map of the northern Cremisphere in Donkey Kong Bonanza. This funny little map right here, in particular. How about that? Well, I just feel that the timing on these icons is rather interesting, and also the fact that we found this little balloon thing in Donkey Kong Bonanza, and look what's all over it. These little bear paws, little bear claws. Are they claws or paws? Do bears have paws or claws? I don't know. One of those. And look at this. For the first time in, like, probably 30 years or something crazy like that. I don't know how long it's been. Nintendo's out here referencing the Brothers Bear in these Nintendo icons. I'm just saying, isn't that kind of crazy? Isn't that a little bit wacky, wouldn't you say? Just the timing on this is just crazy to me, like, if nothing else. An ad, not an ad, I see you say in the chat. I'm sorry. I didn't put that there. That was YouTube. They did that. Which Brothers Bear do I think is best? I don't know. I honestly don't really have a good answer for that. I'm probably the least familiar with Donkey Kong Country 3 and the Brothers Bear. Even though I played Donkey Kong Country 3 as a kid, I grew up playing it, but The bears, I never really messed around with too much whenever I was young. I like this guy. He's got a funny mustache. So, that's kind of cool. I don't know, man. Do you guys think there's any chance that the Brothers Bear may show up in Donkey Kong Bonanza? I'm just curious. Let me know what you think. Let's move it along, because I also wanted to get to this funny little map here. Yeah, I didn't just put that there to talk about the Brothers Bear. I have another little funny thing to mention about it. So, I was watching the Kong Compendium earlier, his new video. If you guys aren't subscribed to the Kong Compendium, I would go subscribe to those guys, because they make some great stuff. And if you're a fan of Donkey Kong, which I see, I have a lot of Donkey Kong people here tonight. That's pretty cool. A lot of viewers tonight. This is probably the highest concurrent view count that I've seen on my streams in a little while. Not that I've been streaming a whole lot, but anyway, yeah, you'll like the Kong Compendium. They make some cool stuff. Anyway, so he pointed out something that really caught my eye regarding this map, this Crocodile Isle Map. I mean, first of all, like, everybody here, I'm assuming everybody here is familiar with the discovery of this map being the Northern Cremisphere. But we also have this, this fossil here in the middle, and I didn't really think much of it, other than, like, you know, it shows you the fossil locations, right? And maybe the map is significant because maybe it's expressing that, hey, this game takes place in the Northern Cremisphere. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, but it's interesting. And what's even more interesting is we have a little star over here atop what is, oh shit, what's it called? It's not Crocodile Core, but it's basically the lost world of Donkey Kong Country 3. Krematoa, that's what it was. And, yeah, there's a star over top of it. Now, why the heck is that? What is the significance of that? That's not the way that it is in the game. So, I don't know. That's a little funky. But we may have potentially unlocked a little bit more of a link between these things here. Again, the fossil, you wouldn't have thought, you wouldn't think much of it. Hang on, that wasn't the right picture I wanted to uncover. Bop. You see this here? Do you see this here? Do you know what this is? This is a nautilus. That is what the fossil is of here. A nautilus. Do you guys know what the name of the level is in Donkey Kong Country 3? In Krematoa, where you fight King K. Rool? It's called the Nautilus. It's called the freaking Nautilus. That just blew my mind when I saw that earlier. In the Kong Compendium's new video about the Boulder theory, which we're also going to get to. It's another little thing to mention there. But isn't that just kind of an unreal connection going on here? Yeah, we're connecting dots, that's right. We're connecting some dots here. The Nautilus. We have a fossil. There's a little star on top of Krematoa. The fossil is of a nautilus. It all makes sense. It's all coming together. What's really interesting, and I don't have the pictures of it here, but there are other versions of this map that are in Bonanza with different fossils on top of the map. And they don't have Krematoa on their versions of the map. And the star is actually in different places, depending on which kind of map you find with which fossils. It's, again, very peculiar. Makes me raise my eyebrow just a little bit, like, what's going on here? Give me one moment. Okay, yeah. So, I don't know. Anybody else find that find that kind of weird? I lost my train of thought just a little bit here. They're of different parts of the Cremisphere, aren't they? Yeah, some of them are. Some of them show, like, a little bit further up on the northern Cremisphere. Some of them show a little bit more over to the west of the Cremisphere. I don't know. It's peculiar. But just like, yeah, what a crazy connection. I'm telling you, man, there's so much about this game that just all connects together so stupidly well. And I don't... either Nintendo is really doing their homework on Rare's Donkey Kong, or they just truly have the most insane coincidental capabilities of any video game developer. But I don't think it's that second one. I'm pretty damn sure Nintendo has been really doing their homework, you know. It's just... Yeah. Speaking of funny little coincidences, this one's not really a coincidence. This one is just kind of more fuel to the fire. More fuel to the Kremling K-Rule copeful fire that's burning underneath of our asses right now until we get our big scaly green Kroc back. Take a look at this. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. I get gassy when I talk. I get the burps, and I don't know why. Anyway, take a look at this. You see what's going on here? This is from Japanese footage of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Specifically about the Crocoid enemy type. The Crocoids being, you know, like the rock skeleton guys who we think are probably Kremlings. That's kind of what we're anticipating is going on there. Well, the naming scheme for the Crocoids, this symbol, this letter, I don't know, what would they be in Japanese? I'm going to say symbol. Let's just go with symbol. I guess I should have started by saying that Japan has a steady method for how they name their Kremlings. They have a naming scheme, you know. They all begin with the K letter, basically. In Japan, right? Obviously, Crocoids begin with a C here in the States, and ain't looking like it's following the Kremling naming scheme here in the States. But what's interesting is that Crocoid in Japan is following that naming scheme. Yeah, you know, look, I mean, I'm pretty damn sure that's the same letter there, wouldn't you say? I mean, that looks an awful lot like it to me. They are all named that, like straight down to Kremlings that don't even have names in English here in the States. Japan took it the extra step and gave them names. And they all begin with this symbol, including King K. Rool, wherever he is. He's on here somewhere, I think. Yeah, here we go. I'm just saying, like, well, you know what I'm saying. Do I even need to go into any more depth? I mean, well, I'm already pretty damn convinced that King K. Rool is going to be in this game and the Kremlings, but that just adds a little extra fuel to the fire. But now, oh, you know what? I should have started this whole entire stream with another funny little smidgen of evidence I have for a thing that I wanted to start this stream with, but I didn't. And that's okay. I'm going to walk you guys through the Donkey Kong Bonanza trailer here for a moment to show you something that caught my eye the other day. I felt like skimming through the trailer again, just for the heck of it, because I'm obsessed with this game. I really want this game. And I thought, hey, you know, why don't I do a little combing over the trailer to see if there's any other funny little details I can find. And so, at about, I'll bring it up to about here. Shortly after this, there's an interesting detail that nobody's caught just yet. In this ostrich-looking lair of Donkey Kong Bonanza, what do you see back here in the background? I can't zoom in. I can full screen. What's going on back here? Do you guys see this? There's a little target little target that looks like an orange. And I noticed it way over here in the very way back too. If I skip forward just a little bit, you could see over here, there's a little orange. Now, is it at all possible they're bringing back those orange grenades from Donkey Kong 64? Now, isn't that an interesting thought? That's not the only spot. That's not the only spot where you can spot this. I gotta figure out where else it was. Okay, here we go. When DK lands down here. Another spot over here. That orange target. Orange target over here. I'll let DK go ahead just a little bit. There it is. An orange. How about that? Oops, shit. I guess it would go a little easier if I, like, played it slower. Now, what's interesting about these oranges and these targets is the oranges are all placed very close to the targets, like in every instance that we can spot them. So, I'm guessing that if these are the orange grenades that are returning from DK64, that they probably don't function in the same way. I'm thinking there's probably not going to be like a whole inventory system about them this time. It looks more like you'll probably either be able to walk up to them and like pick them up and throw them, or maybe you have to punch them to send them flying at these orange targets. Or, you know, there's the whole mechanic now with picking up chunks of the ground and swinging it like a bat. So maybe you have to whack the oranges, hit them like a baseball bat, send them flying at these orange targets. I don't know. But it was an interesting little detail that I noticed that I hadn't really seen anybody pointing out yet about this game. Oranges! Oranges! From Donkey Kong 64! Yeah. Well, that's what we're gonna say it is anyway. Even if it's not like, even if they don't function the same, it probably is at least a callback to those. Like, you can even see the little, I don't know, what is it, the fuse, the trigger? You pull it, you pull the thing off the grenade, and then you throw it and it explodes, you know? Just like the oranges. Just like the oranges in Donkey Kong 64. I don't have an image here. I thought I put it into, Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I do. I can just pull up my thumbnail. Right here. Yeah, how about that? So, there we go. Another fun little reference or nod, potentially. Oh! I'm saving a real zinger for the end. For the end of this whole little live Croc Watch segment, so you're going to want to stick around for that. I'll get to it then in just a bit. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about Voidco. Let's talk a little bit about Voidco and their designs. Zinger. Yes, I said that intentionally. Yes, absolutely. Donkey Kong Zinger, of course. I didn't realize what I did there, but I'll take it. Skips is in the chat. Hiya, bud. So, Skips is actually the one who brought this to my attention. I mean this in the most endearing sense, but Skips is insane. Skips has just been combing over every last detail, every last render, any sort of promotional material that is available right now for Donkey Kong Bonanza, and I love it. I love getting to be involved with so many passionate DK fans, and one thing, a couple of things actually. It's interesting to note, looking at the designs here of Voidco. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't start with these guys. Let me kick it off here, actually. Let me kick it off from this point. So, the Brutals, you know, you wouldn't ordinarily think that rabbits make a whole lot of sense for, like, the main type of enemy that you would see in... Or, the main bad guys, I guess, of Mario Odyssey. When you have Bowser as your final boss, you know. Nintendo has a whole pattern when it comes to designing their enemies in relation to the big bosses of the game, you know? Well, clearly rabbits are not Koopalings or anything Koopa-like. But what's interesting about them is that they do share similar design elements to Bowser in Mario Odyssey, you know. First of all, I mean, like, look at their muzzles and stuff. This guy here in particular, I notice it with him more than anybody. Take a look at his mouth. All around his mouth, and then you got Bowser's mouth going over here. It's like, it's the same. His hair, very similar to Bowser's hair type. Not to mention the fact that they're all using hats. They all have hats, spiky bracelets. Very Bowser-like as enemies. Not exactly Bowser. So now, let's take a look at Voidco, who we kind of believe are probably like the Mario Odyssey Brutals of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Just take a look at these guys. Now, immediately, you probably don't see a whole lot of similarity between these guys and King K. Rool. But if you take a little closer look, you can notice some similarities. So let me start with this guy, this big fella here in particular. So, first of all, his color scheme, eerily similar to K. Rool's overall color scheme, wouldn't you say? Aside from being just a big dude, the colors, very similar. He's got the green shirt. Obviously, we got big green King K. Rool, tiny little hat, tiny little crown. He's got yellow gloves. Maybe you could say that they're golden. That's probably a bit of a stretch. That's a little bit of a stretch, but K. Rool and his gold, you know, and not to mention the red hair that he has. I mean, very clearly, red hair all over him. Big red cape on King K. Rool. So, a couple of little nods there. This little guy in the front, in particular, I think is the most interesting in terms of connecting to K. Rool. If whether or not these truly connect or we're just stretching it, I'll leave that up to you guys. But this would be in line with Nintendo's designing philosophy when it comes to their characters. So this little fella here. The eyes are the first thing that I always notice, and I'm sorry that I don't have a higher resolution picture. That's as good as I have right now. In many of the instances that we can see this little guy, he is depicted with one of his eyes closed, and he's always got the one eye. It's bigger and wide open. A couple of instances of that, but he's also got those veins popping out of his eyes. You know, isn't that a kind of K. Rool little thing? K. Rool little thing with the eye veins. Okay, that's just one little snippet from the little dude. He's also got the gold teeth. The gold teeth in particular are the dead ringer to me. Because K. Rool's got that big gold belly. Got the big gold crown. The big gold gauntlets. You know what I'm saying? K. Rool's little thing. Yeah. I'm not gonna extrapolate anymore onto that part. Look, you know, even underneath, I don't know exactly what article of clothing this is for him. I don't know if it's like some kind of vest that he has on underneath, but it's also gold. It's also gold. Awful lot like this guy. Now, Ms. Lady Monkey over here, in particular, was a little bit of the harder one to connect for me. But there are some subtle little details with her that do still line up with K. Rool. I'll start with the one of the major ones that Skips pointed out to me. Take a look at her little earring here. Oddly similar shape to K. Rool's gem, wouldn't you say? That's just one little nod. A big one for me, if we go up here and we look at her glasses and her lipstick. They both have the gold too. There's a big gold theme with this game in general, you know? The whole thing is about mining. I don't know how much Journey to the West has to do with the gold and stuff. I don't know, but But here's probably the biggest detail for me. Because all of the enemies in this game, all of the... not even just the Crocoids. I wanted to say the Crocoids, but that's not it. The enemies in this game, they all have these golden, googly eyes that look an awful lot like King K. Rool's eyes. You know, K. Rool's got these... He's always got this one big bloodshot eye and then his littler eye that he doesn't have open as often. I mean, this monkey dude over here, he's got the same thing going on. But yeah, it's the same way with all the enemies in the game. They have these golden eyes that, in my opinion, I think could be sort of representative of the fact that, like, K. Rool is watching Donkey Kong's move throughout this game. He's just watching the whole thing unfold. And he's communicating with this little monkey dude with his banana phone that we assume is a banana phone. I mean, I guess it could be anything, but it kind of looks like a phone, wouldn't you say? And she also sports the two little misshapen, googly-eyed circle things as, like, little piercings, little studs right above her eyes. How about that? So, now we have all of the enemies! All of the freaking enemies in this game! Not even just Voidco. Not even just Voidco, but all the other enemies too. I wish I brought pictures of them along with me too. But also Voidco. That have design similarities to King K. Rool. I'm just saying. That's how Nintendo, that's their philosophy when it comes to designing their enemies and characters, you know? The Brutals. Look at them and their similarities to Bowser. This is probably the same development team as well, by the way, so it's not a stretch. It's not a stretch. I do not suppose that that is the case. You guys can tell. What do you guys think? What do you think of that? Do you think I'm stretching it? I don't think it is. I'm sitting here looking like Charlie Day, you know, pointing at the board like Pepe Sylvia, like, here he is! It's K. Rool! Ooh! Oh... It's fun. You know too much. The ninjas will be at your door any minute now. I know. It's kind of a fear in my mind, you know? Like, I'm telling you, I don't know. I'm not getting this information directly from you, Nintendo. I'm not leaking anything. I'm just using what you've provided us. It's... What is this thumbnail? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. This isn't... This here? This is no thumbnail. This is just my fun little workspace. This is my crazy corkboard for this stream. Yeah. So, I'm sitting on one other big piece that... It's honestly pretty much the catalyst for this stream. But I didn't want to make a video about it. Because... It could be, this might be the craziest, the craziest conspiracy that we've seen. And I don't know for sure. I don't want to draw unnecessary attention to this person. There's a person involved. And, I don't know. I figured doing a big video that's gonna get like thousands of views centered around this person might be a little insane, especially if they have nothing to do with this. But, let me go ahead and pull it up! I'm gonna go ahead and pull it up for you, fellas, if I can figure out which tab it was. Here we go. So let me just start off by reading this fella's post about this whole thing. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Insane theory incoming! One of Maury Calliope's? Calliope? I don't know. It's a VTuber. She's a VTuber. One of her secret projects will be a song, either within or related to the upcoming Donkey Kong Bonanza for Switch 2. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know for sure about this, but let me go through all of the the little details that go along with it. So the signs. People have begun to see signs, as in us and Joe, our good pal Joe. Don't mind Joe. Go ahead and subscribe to him if you haven't already. I'm giving him a big shout out here on this stream for you. Don't mind Joe, because he's going to do a big follow-up to our Journey to the West conspiracy video. Anyway, so yeah. Donkey Kong Bonanza will be taking many themes from Journey to the West. Same team who worked on Mario Odyssey. They did something similar with the Moon Rabbit and Homer's Odyssey, which is something that we covered in our video. Callie became interested in Journey to the West for a secret reason / a project she was involved in that she to this day hasn't revealed. Source being her Black Myth Wukong stream from 8 months ago. Callie did a really big, huge thing that, once it comes out, will attract more children to the channel, which is why she's more conscious of avoiding swearing on stream. Also, as of now, still unannounced. A family-friendly project, like a Nintendo game, well, that would certainly probably attract more kids to the channel, if Nintendo gives her the proper credit, assuming she's involved. I don't know, Nintendo likes to be secretive of who's actually working on their games these days. They won't even straight up tell us that it's the Odyssey team working on Bonanza, or at least another team within the division, you know, of the Mario Odyssey team. Give me 1 second. I gotta sip some water. Oh, that's some good water. So let's go ahead and listen to what she had to say about her project, whatever that is that she's working on.
And I know that this story is based on Journey to the West, which I'm actually really interested in for kind of a secret reason, actually. I can't really go too much into it, but I'm interested in this game for a secret reason I'll probably get into later. But you'll just have to wait and see. It will be revealed at a different time. What could it mean? I love to keep the deadbeats guessing at things. Definitely had heard.
Is that the whole thing?
And Journey to the West just in the background of my life, but never really like looked too deep into it. Until there was something recently, actually, that I say recently in the past year, that I got to do. That, you know, it's kind of a secret. It's a secret, but it got me a little interested in the lore and the history and whatnot. Can't really talk about it right now, but first time hearing about the concept of the monkey. Oh yes. So you guys shall see. Little secret, secret, secret.
Now, isn't that kind of interesting that we make this big, broad connection to Journey to the West for Donkey Kong Bonanza here recently. Specifically Joe. Don't mind Joe. And now we have some other crazy Kongspiracists going back and finding this clip from her stream. How do people even think about this stuff? Do you just like unlock this memory like, oh, this stream I was watching 8 months ago, this streamer, she brought up Journey to the West, and that she worked on something that inspired her to get into Journey to the West. I don't know. I love it. I love the craziness. But obviously, like, who knows what she's actually working on, right? It might not even be Donkey Kong, but it's just kind of interesting to theorize that, like, hey, maybe there's a little something here. Now, I don't really know anything about her. I don't really know anything about this streamer. I don't watch VTubers. That's just not my thing. Chat spam, show the bat. I'll bring up the bat. I'll bring up the bat for you, Skips. I'll get to that in a moment. But supposedly she does music. She does music and raps and stuff. Now, what's a funny little notable thing from the DK series in the music realm? The DK rap. Isn't that a funny little thing? Is it possible? Could it at all be possible that Nintendo is bringing this VTuber in to do a new rap for Donkey Kong Bonanza? They should hire me to sing. Well, they'll get us to do, they can get us to do a duet skips. I know people, I've seen a lot of discourse today surrounding this whole VTuber thing. Again, I don't really know anything about her. I don't have an opinion on her. I don't really care one way or the other what they do. I'd be down for a new freaking DK rap. I think that would be hilarious if they decided to go ahead and do that. But supposedly Nintendo has a history of getting involved with VTubers in the past. Like, supposedly there was a VTuber designer who worked as a character designer on Fire Emblem Engage. Supposedly that's a thing. So that it wouldn't exactly be the most out of nowhere thing for Nintendo to collaborate with this person. Not to mention the fact that just before Bonanza was revealed, Nintendo was teaming up with some influencers online, the Costco guys, and the Rizzler. I can't believe I'm saying those words. To promote Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. So Nintendo's getting a little more savvy with their promotion and you know, just the online atmosphere, the online ecosystem, you know. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but there's another clip to go along with this too. I guess we'll just I'll go ahead and play it. I'll go ahead and play this for you too. We'll discuss after.
No, you never know when the number will increase at some point, which is why Mori curses a little bit less. There's something in particular that I'm thinking about that still it hasn't come out yet, but a big thing I did a huge, really big deal, big thing. And there's a possibility that after that thing comes out, there may be some more children around. It is possible. But again, these kinds of things for media take a really long time to come out. The number of songs I have in the back pocket, like, great, that was awesome to record. Can't wait for the Deadbeats to hear it in a year. Can't wait, it's gonna be awesome a year from now. I have to force myself to just forget about it at a certain point. That's what I had to do for Go-Getters. No, you never know.
So, obviously, whatever the heck it was she was working on, she did it a while ago, like at least a year ago by the sounds of it. And she talks a lot about making music that doesn't come out right away. I don't know. I don't know. Could she be doing a new DK rap? I mean, is that a thing? Could that be a thing for Bonanza? And there they linked an image of our video with the Journey to the West connection and all of our different pieces of evidence for this as well. It would just add to the whole thing, too, that, let's talk from the perspective that, okay, let's just say she is doing something for Donkey Kong Bonanza, right? So, clearly, we were hitting the nail on the head then, that they did something, it's Journey to the West. It's Journey to the West with Donkey Kong. And now she's getting into it. Actually, funny thing about that. If anybody has any suggestions for how to get into Journey to the West, I'd be interested. I was reading up a little bit about it last night. I'm kind of interested in reading the story. I didn't realize it was so fucking long. I didn't realize it was like 2,000 something pages. But I am kind of curious. I've always had like an interest in Journey to the West adjacent things. I love Dragon Ball, and Black Myth Wukong was a pretty cool game. Lego Monkey Kid is something that I'm interested in. I haven't seen it yet. I love the animation on that. They did that same animation studio did Rise of the TMNT, and man, oh man, dude, their animation is next level. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I might have to check out some Journey to the West stuff. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, do you think this... what would you think if this VTuber lady was involved with Donkey Kong Bonanza? I don't really have... Like I said, I don't have an opinion. If she has... If she's gonna do a cool new DK rap, Like, hey, I mean, that would be kind of funny. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't you say? I'd be down for that. Black Myth Wukong is a game that acts as a sequel. Like a sequel to Journey to the West. I actually didn't know that. I never made it all the way through Wukong, but I am kind of interested in going back and playing it some more. Did you notice that Pauline Kid has a blue gem in her hair? I did not notice that. Is that a thing? Nintendo has, you know, brought... I'm not sure who sung the one song, what is it, Jump Up Superstar from Mario Odyssey, but it wouldn't be a completely out of the blue thing for them to bring somebody in and do something with that. Let me go back in here. Let me pull up the bat. Let me get that bat. Dun-dun. Here we go. This is something that Skips was pointing out. This is what he's talking about in the chat. We got a bat. It's from the background of the Voidco lineup in the Donkey Kong Bonanza trailer. Let me see. Where's my... I lost my chat among my tabs. There it is. Ha! He also, funny enough, has the K. Rool eye thing going on. Ooh, wrong layer. Oh, here we go. Notice how he's got the little eye and the big eye, but even, like, the brow, you know? He's also got the K. Rool brow. I'm gonna, let me increase that a little bit, yeah. Boy, it's a really low-res King K. Rool, but it gets the point across, does it not? It's not even just the bat, and it's not even just the eyes either. If we're going with the theory that the bat, or, you know, not the bat. If we're going with the theory that K. Rool is going to be sort of like the Demon Bull King equivalent of Donkey Kong Bonanza, then this bat here, he's kind of got the pig snout thing going on too, doesn't he? Interesting. Interesting little extra detail. Oh, yeah. Fun. What a fun little day that we're having. Here. So, I mean, that's pretty much all of the Donkey Kong related stuff that there is to go over at the moment. I figured it would be fun to just get on here, do a little stream, chat with you guys a bit. I'm still going to hang around and chat too, by the way. Oh, the Boulder theory! Oh, crap! I almost forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. So this one was actually found by the Kong Compendium, I think. I think it was found by those guys. It was in his video earlier. Go watch the Kong Compendium's video. I love the Kong Compendium. His videos are so fun. So, yeah, it's an interesting little theory. It just kind of goes along with everything else that we have about King K. Rool, because why not, you know? So, we have this lineup of all the villains of this game so far, right? You know, we got Voidco, we got the Croc heads hanging out in the background, this bat, the pig snout bat, and, funny enough, a little boulder. A funny little boulder in the background. Why is that? You know, what's going on here? Why is it bobbing around? Why is it doing its own little thing? I'm going to play the audio. It's actually not the full audio from the scene. It's just, hang on. That's the laugh. That's the laugh that we heard in the background of this segment from the Nintendo Treehouse. Skips pointed it out. He's got an ear for this shit. He's got an eye for this shit. Skips is crazy. I don't have the clip to compare it either, but it kind of does sound a bit like, oh, you guys can't hear it? Shit! That's okay. Well, it's at the very end of the most recent Kong Watch video. So you could take a look at that. I'm sorry, I don't know how to get the audio to play. There's a funny little chuckle. Let's just put it that way. And we're thinking there's a chance maybe that there's somebody laughing in this scene who is not on screen, you know? Because you see the monkey here. I can't. I wish I could zoom in. Can I zoom in? This is why I write these things and do videos, so I can edit out all the in-between nonsense where I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. The monkey here, and the monkey here don't seem to be doing any laughing. Maybe this guy, right? Maybe this guy with his mouth hanging open, but we can actually hear him laughing and making noises in another scene in the trailer. And that laugh that you can't hear because it's not playing the sound for some reason, it's too deep. It's too deep of a laugh to be that little guy. So we're thinking there might be another party involved. You know where I'm going with this. You know where I'm going with this. We're thinking that K. Rool may possibly be in this shot somewhere, somehow. And what Kong Compendium pointed out is the boulder. The boulder in the background here. That's right, that boulder is actually King K. Rool. No. Possibly in the final game, there's a chance that little boulder there could potentially be replaced with King K. Rool. Yeah, maybe it's the silhouette. The silhouette of K. Rool, or maybe K. Rool himself will be there, chuckling it up in the background. This is... I feel like I didn't do a great job of presenting this. I kind of blindsided myself with it because I forgot I was going to talk about this. But it's just interesting how I need to mute it because now it's laughing in my ear. The way it moves around, it's just... Why is it doing that? And it doesn't look like the other Crocoid boulders that are here on the sides, on the sidelines, you know? It doesn't have the googly eyes, it doesn't have anything going on there. Another interesting thing is that, like, after... Let me drag this out. Let me pull it ahead a little bit. You can see that there's a big boulder on top of Ingot Isle. But... when it crashes into the ground, where the heck am I? Here we go. It's a different boulder. That's a whole different thing. Let me mark it so I don't lose my place. Different boulder than the one that we have here, which I also need to mark so I don't lose my place. My thought initially was that this boulder that's back here might be the one that ends up on top of Ingot Isle. That was my initial theory. But that boulder there is way too small to be the one that ends up on top of Ingot Isle. So the positioning of it, that whole thing, it's just kind of a little off. It's a little off that they would have something there like that, I don't know, wobbling around. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe there's just a freaking sentient rock, right? Maybe that's all it is. I don't know. Hey, Lonely Goomba. So we're looking forward to King K. Rool getting resurrected as Corpse K. Rool. You got it. You got it. Let's see it. I don't know. I personally love the theory that K. Rool might be trying to resurrect the Kremling crew in this game as kind of like a, I don't know, kind of just like a meta way to show Nintendo bringing the Kremlings back. I don't know if that's really the direction Nintendo would ordinarily go with something like that for their games, but this is the Donkey Kong series we're talking about, you know, it's... There's a history to Donkey Kong and meta references with Rareware's Donkey Kong, and this game just loves Rareware's Donkey Kong that we've seen so far. So, would it really be that far outside the realm of possibility for Nintendo to go a slightly more meta direction with the story and characters this time around? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a lunatic. Or maybe I'm just really in tune with my monkey senses. I don't know. But anyway, okay, that was the Boulder theory. I did a really poor job of going over that. You should watch Kong Compendium's video. He's in the chat. I saw him somewhere. I see you out there, pal. And yeah, the K rule, bat eye. Sure, why not? So, that sort of concludes the overall Croc Watch part of this stream. If that's why you guys were here, well, I'd appreciate it if you could hit that like button for me. It helps these streams out. But otherwise, I'm going to hang out here for a bit with the rest of y'all. Do a little maybe Q&A. Do a little hanging out, you know. I'm going to pull the chat over to where you guys can see it, and I'll just read off of it, and we'll just hang out and chat for a bit. I don't ever get on here and just chat. Usually I'm playing a game or something, you know. And just kind of thought it might be fun. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I need to get another sip of water. A smasher pass of DK characters. Candy Kong. Enough said. I came here for your voice, funny monkey man. It's me, the funny monkey man. Do you think they'll ever reference the banana aliens from the DS game again? That would be crazy. I would honestly love that so much. I think it'd be hilarious if they brought Xanab into it somehow. I think that's how his name is pronounced, right? If they just... I don't know. He just shows up out of nowhere, right? He comes down from outer space. It's palling around with Donkey Kong or something. I don't know. Maybe there could be like hieroglyphs or something like that that showcase the banana aliens from the handheld games. That would actually be really funny if they did something like that. I'm actually more concerned about Retro's Donkey Kong now. Not that there's like a ton to pull from Retro's Donkey Kong, you know. But there hasn't really been hardly any references to it that we've seen so far in this game. There might have been an icon of like Professor Chops, like a Professor Chops fossil or something like that in this game. But yeah, other than that, not really a whole lot. I am kind of hoping we at least get acknowledgement of Retro's games, whether that's in the form of like, I don't know, just a busted up Tiki or I don't know, something related to the Snowmads, just a blurb even from like Cranky Kong about, you know, back whenever Kong DK Island was frozen over or something like that. I don't know. Excuse me, sorry. My throat's getting kind of messed up. I've been on here yapping for an hour already. I'm not used to yapping for this long too often. You hate that pig? You can't hate Professor Chops. Come on, man. You think Professor Chops is enough to represent the retro era? Like I said, yeah, there's not really even like a ton to pull from the Retro Studios era, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. Professor Chops is probably the most notable thing to pull from there, unless they really wanted to pull in like some references to the Snowmads and the Tikis somehow. It's funny that like the Tikis are gonna be so like integral to the general public's perception of Donkey Kong for probably many years to come because of the Universal parks. And they're only in one game. That was a big fumble to me on Nintendo's part. I know they weren't planning to bring back the Kremlings yet whenever they began to plan the Universal parks, which is why they have the Tikis. But, man, I wish they could have gotten involved with Universal somehow and, like, Switched it up, you know. But I guess they probably wanted the Kremlings' first big re-debut to the world to be through their own big 3D Donkey Kong game, which we're still speculating about. We still don't know for sure that King K. Rool and the Kremlings are going to be in this game, but you know, that's what we're hoping for. So many messages coming through. I'm just going to throw this out there. Don't feel compelled. Don't feel like you need to or anything. But super chats will make it a lot easier if there's like any burning questions that you really want me to read or any remarks or comments that you have. I'll definitely read off of every one of those. Otherwise, I'm going to like skim through and, you know, just address what I can from the comments in the live stream. So, man, we're up to 270 concurrent viewers right now, too. That's awesome, man. I appreciate everybody who's been hanging out and just checking out all of my Donkey Kong videos here this past month. It's been so much fun for me to do. We've gotten so many new viewers, and I'm assuming that's a lot of you guys who are here right now, so I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Love the Kroc coat, Big Uncle. What's the best song from the Donkey Kong Country cartoon? Oh boy. Oh boy. Isn't that a good question? The first one that popped into my mind was the episode where Cranky's singing about wanting to be a star. And then DK and Diddy chime in, I'm gonna be a star. Da 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 da. I don't know if that's my favorite, but that's the first one that came to mind. Thank you, Sin. Thank you, Sin Mania, my friend, for that $1 super chat. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Off topic. Do you believe that the new Sly Cooper game is being developed for the PS6? I have no idea. That'd be pretty cool. Driving around in a fancy car. Yeah, you guys know. You know what I'm talking about. I got a bunch of crazy Kong people in the chat here today, and I love it. That's what we're all here for. Isn't it just cool? Isn't it just cool to be able to sit here and not be coping for a new Donkey Kong game for once? Like, it's actually happening, and it looks awesome as fuck. It's just so cool. Thoughts on the episode 3 of DKC Abridged? I don't know. I think it's like the lost episode or something. Would recommend Overly Sarcastic Productions Journey to the West videos. Yeah, actually, funny that you bring that up. You know, some people were bringing it up in the comments of the last video where we addressed the Journey to the West stuff. And yeah, my wife and I have been watching through the Overly Sarcastic Journey to the West videos the last couple of nights. It honestly has it honestly has me so interested in Journey to the West in general. Like, I've always had kind of like a lingering interest in Journey to the West. I never considered like going directly to the source and checking out Journey to the West, like the full thing, you know. And like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I didn't realize it was so fucking long. Journey to the West is like over 2,000 pages or something like that. And there's like 2 really notable translations that I could find, and I'm really heavily considering trying to read through it. I don't know if I'm going to get the whole way through, but I'd really like to I'd really like to read through some of it at least. Everything that I've read, like people say that it's really good. It's a really good read, so reading Journey to the West to study for Donkey Kong. Yeah. It's not even just because of Donkey Kong. I mean, Donkey Kong is going to be like what tips the iceberg over for me. But you know, I've always been a big fan of Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball Z, and that's pretty Journey to the West inspired, and you know, other things. I guess that's pretty much the biggest one for me related to Journey to the West that I'm into. By the way, I'm sorry, I saw your super chat up here. I'll get to that in just a second, but I'm just yapping. So yeah, I don't know. Don't Mind Joe! Hey, Don't Mind Joe is here! Guys, there he is. Go subscribe to him. Sorry, I don't want to put, like, any pressure on him or anything. But he said he's going to be doing a, follow-up complimentary video to our Journey to the West video, which he was pretty heavily involved with as well, so. And, I've already gotten a little snippet from him for something he's going to include in there, and I just think he's going to do a great job with that, so. Yeah, big props to Joe. Big props to Joe. Okay, let me go up here. Archist Archer, $2 super chat. Thank you for that, my friend. And can you give us your best DK impression? Are you talking about the cartoon one? Or are you talking about the video game one? Fuck it. $1 for each of them. Yeah. So I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I mean, yeah, whoa, hey, what's going on, little buddy? It's me, DK. Yeah, banana slammer. I do the video game one all the time. I'll be sitting around like, yo, so there you go. There's some little impressions for you of our Monkey King. So, $10 super chat from Cool Nerd. Thank you, my friend. K-Rule hires Voidco to dig up the Crocodile Isle energy. They do it. K-Rule betrays them because he's racist. DK beats him up as he does, and then Voidco joins the Kong family. Did I figure it out? I think he got it, man. I think, honestly, you get the stamp of approval there. I think you've got the whole thing figured out. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay, Lunar Magic, $1.99. Thank you, my friend. And he plans to visit DKC in Universal Florida. Yes! I would actually really love to do that this year. I don't know if I'm going to get the chance. I thought about doing, like, a video, sort of like a vlog-ish style video. I mean, if you guys are familiar with Eddie Burback, I was thinking about doing a silly little vlog-styled video going to the DK Universal Park, but I don't know that I'm going to have the funds for it. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it would be cool. Freddy Gamer 105, $1.99. Thank you, my friend. And Forbesinator, hail to the king of the Kremlings. Yes, indeed. That's what I'm talking about. Bro clearly listens to Mario Kart 8, all Donkey Kong voices, videos in his spare time. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't even see all the comments complimenting the voice. Thank you, my friends. Uncle Al would have been way better than Seth Rogen for DK. Listen. If Nintendo approaches me, I'll be there. If DK is Sun Wukong, then the 3 apes of Voidco could be stand-ins for the 3 celestial monkeys. Yup. I think that's sort of the running theory that we have going right now, that they all kind of represent the celestial monkeys and their abilities to control planets and suns and meteors and all that kind of stuff plays right into the whole thing. My God, my throat's getting dry. I need more water. Chef Kong, you mean? The name Voidco in itself is quite mysterious. Yes, it is. Lonely Goomba, I don't know if you've seen our most recent video covering all this stuff yet. All the Journey to the West connections, but if you haven't, you ought to check it out. It's pretty kooky. Actually, same goes for all you guys. I'm just talking to Lonely Goomba like, hey man, you seen the Journey to the West thing yet? Thank you. You're welcome. Ah, my wife brought me water. Ah, wife good. Ah, yes. Whew. He'd be like Charles Martinet for Donkey Kong. How much he loves Mario. Yeah, that's right. I would treat him well. until they kick me out because I'm too old and they're afraid I'm gonna die and ruin their PR. Is Manky Kong only in the original DKC? I'm pretty sure. Eat banana. Become DK IRL now. I had some bananas recently, but I forgot about them, so they all went bad. they got all nasty. Had to throw them out. Whew! Give me 1 second. I'm gonna take my hoodie off. This is getting hot as balls in here. Whoa! Give me just a second. Monkey, one monkey little second here.
The AC is on, I promise.
I appreciate it. Whew. You heard the Sephiroth DK theme? I don't know that I have. I'm not sure what that is that you're referring to. You need them all in one go? Well, when I do that, I get a tummy ache. It's not so good. How does it feel knowing DK no longer has retractable teeth? I mean, we don't know that, right? I mean, maybe he does. He's got the whole toothless thing going on. Missed the stream. Did we talk about the orange grenades possibly coming back? We did, Captain Quack. You'll have to go back and check that out at some point. It's kind of rambly. But I thought it would be fun to get on here and ramble a bit anyway. You know, cover some of the stuff that might go into a Crocodile video or might have originally. But, you know, I didn't feel was significant enough to cover. So, hey, $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Hey, Al. Just wanted to say I started watching a while ago and I'm so happy we and especially you got a new DK. Love all the speculation vids. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's been so much fun. I love getting to do it. You know, it's like I actually get to make Donkey Kong videos now that people watch, which is really cool. Now, DK hasn't really had this level of relevance in a long time, so yeah, I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to be doing lots of DK coverage leading up to Bonanza, so hope you'll stick around. It's actually I'm actually a little more worried about what's going to happen after the fact. It's like, oh shit, what do I do then? Bonanza will be here. Everything's going to be covered. What do I do? I'll figure it out. I've always got ideas bouncing around. Yo, new to the channel, been loving the content recently. Can't believe I never saw you earlier. Keep it coming. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Excited to hear the full version of Ramby's theme. Me too. Dude, I'm so excited to see what other kinds of music are going to be in this game. Like, I'm really hoping they dig deep and, you know, pull some stuff out from just kind of all over DK's history. I mean, we're getting a lot of DK64 love in this game, for one thing. But I definitely would love to hear some Donkey Kong Country music in here. And I'm not just talking about the first game, either. Like, the first game is always the go-to when it comes to referencing anything Donkey Kong Country. But 2 and 3 should definitely get some more love. That would be really cool. Eat a banana every time I die in Bonanza. Well, I'm either going to be so good that I'll never eat a banana, or I'm going to die from potassium overdose, so. Have you heard the Gangplank Galleon remix by Aaron HD? I have. It's awesome. I've been tuning into his remixes here lately. They're all a lot of fun. I actually used the one remix for Mining Melancholy in one of my recent videos. So that definitely pretty cool. I credited him too, by the way. I didn't just steal it. Mining Melancholy should be like a background motif. That would be really cool. Honestly, it totally should be. It totally should be. The whole game, it's about a bunch of mining monkeys. It should totally be in there. I wish we'd hear more music and less of the rotating view videos Nintendo is obsessed with for some reason. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I definitely want to hear more music too. We've gotten lots of hints of you know, this game having a lot of ambience. That's sort of been a major thing so far, but not a ton of the music. Any of the music that we've heard that we've heard so far from Bonanza, I think sounds really good. I'm just hoping that not that I just want the whole game to be like this nostalgia bloated thing, but I love Donkey Kong's music, and I don't know, music's always been such a big part of Donkey Kong that, like, I just hope that we get some more homages, and we also get some really good sounding new tracks to go along with it too. Saturnian, $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Just wanted to show my gratitude to you. You've been hyping me up for this game. Keep up the good work, Al. All hail the Kremling King. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Like I've been saying and gushing about, it's honestly just so much fun for me to get out here and make these videos and, like, keep the excitement up for everybody. But it's also just been such an awesome experience because I've gotten to interact with some really cool people from the DK community. I've gotten to meet some really cool dudes. And, excuse me. It probably just wouldn't have happened, at least not so soon, without a new Donkey Kong game hitting us. So, it's just been great. It's just so much fun. It's just, you know, it's been a month. It's been over a month. And it's still kind of crazy to me that we just get to sit here and talk and blab and gush over a new Donkey Kong game. I don't know, man. It's just, it's pretty cool. One-Winged Kong. Look it up. Thank you for the super chat, my friend Forbesinator. I will do that. I'll check that out then after the stream. Bluster for Super Smash Bros. 6. There was an image I saw floating around comparing the Gibbon girl. I think she's a Gibbon from Voidco to Bluster. It's just kind of funny. She's got the cufflinks like Bluster does. I don't know if that was an intentional reference or just a coincidence, but I don't know, man. With the way that there are so many intentional direct references to things from, like, all over the DK series, would it be that crazy of a stretch to think that maybe they would just throw a little something out there for DK cartoon fans? Are there fans of it? I don't know. There's fans of Bluster. There's fans of Bluster. That's the important thing. So, if they're gonna reference anything from that show, it better be Bluster, I guess. May never know when this will happen again. We must take this moment of a new DK game before it ends. I agree. And honestly, like, it's almost kind of like, I don't want to say it's disappointing, because I want to play the game as soon as I possibly can, right? I'm ready to get my hands on it as soon as I can. But at the same time, like, there is kind of just, like, just this lingering feeling that, like, it kind of would have been neat if we just had maybe a little bit longer before it gets here to speculate and, you know, get swept up in the excitement for this new game. But it's really not that big of a deal because, like I said, I mean, I'm ready to get my hands on it as soon as I can. So I'm not gonna be losing any sleep because the game isn't 5 months away. You know, that's all I'm saying. We want to marinate in the marketing. That's the perfect way to put it, Cyber Guy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But, you know, even with that said, again, I mean, our DK detectives who've been on the case, Skips and Joe and just everybody, we're finding new shit every single day at this point, it seems like. So, it's not like we've had a shortage of things to discuss and talk about. And we've only had one trailer and a little bit of treehouse footage. It's not like there's been that much to go over, and yet we still have had just so much to discuss. Surely another trailer is coming. Oh yeah, absolutely. My current prediction is that we're going to get a new trailer sometime in June. I'm thinking it's probably going to be after the Switch launches, the Switch 2 launches. Because I think, just me personally, I think they want everybody's undivided attention on the launch of the console and Mario Kart right now. I think those are like, I think they just want to like set the stage and let that speak for itself. And then like, you know, maybe a week or so after the Switch 2 launches, mid to late June, that's when we get a new Nintendo Direct. Their summer Direct that they tend to usually hold in that June time frame. Give us a little sampling of what's going to come later in the year. Give us some release dates for some stuff. And give us a new trailer for Donkey Kong. That's my current prediction. That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. The Kid Pauline trailer? Probably. I'm thinking they're probably going to reveal her in that trailer. I mean, I guess if they don't, that might have been a huge marketing flub on their part. I guess that's something we could talk about here a little bit, right? What we think is going to be shown in that next trailer. Sorry, I keep, like, clearing my throat, but... I'm not used to yapping this much. I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't had to talk this extensively in a while. But... I do think there's a really solid chance that at least Diddy Kong, but probably some of the other Kongs are going to be in this game too. And I think they're going to be in the next trailer. Like, okay, so this first trailer that they showed us, like, it showed us a lot, but it also really didn't show us anything, if you think about it. I mean, we know Donkey Kong's what? He's digging underground, right? He's punching holes in the dirt. But, like, what's the gameplay? Like, what's the gameplay loop outside of that? Is it just run around and punch dirt the game? Like, I feel like... No. I feel like that's not it. I think there's probably some big gameplay elements that they're still hiding from us. And, you know, if we want to compare it to another game that we assume this studio has worked on, Mario Odyssey... Mario Odyssey didn't show us anything about the hat capture mechanic until the second trailer. That was when they really dropped on us the big bomb, you know, the whole new, like, gameplay gimmick. And I think this first trailer for Bonanza really showed us a lot of the new stuff that they're bringing to the series, but I think the second trailer is what's going to hit us with a lot more of the familiar elements. A lot of the things that you would ordinarily think would show up in a Donkey Kong game, you know? So, more specifically, like, Kongs. I think we'll see Diddy Kong, maybe Dixie Kong, Cranky Kong. I'm hoping just the whole Kong extended family, you know? I want to see Swanky Kong in my Donkey Kong Bonanza, you know? But I think at least the safe bets are going to be like Diddy, Dixie, Cranky, maybe Funky Kong too, you know? But I also think that's when we're going to get a glimpse, a little taste of the animal buddies. I got a good feeling we're going to get at least a couple of animal buddies in this game, okay? If it's not just Rambi, then I'm thinking probably at least a couple other ones too, but I guess at least Rambi. Rambi will be in here, I'm suspecting. You know, we have Cranky Kong directly referencing Rambi. And then we have his theme from DK64 now being showcased on the Nintendo Today app. But I don't know. Nintendo no longer has gambling in their games. Swanky is gone. Well, he did die in the Mario movie, so maybe he'll show up as a ghost. I think the Animal Buddies would be an awesome way to add more to the overall, like, gameplay loop. You know, have like, Rambi be able to bash through shit that Donkey Kong can't on his own, you know? Or, you know, have Unguard. Have him able to break through stuff underwater, you know? Like, dash through boulders and break into secret, like, underwater caverns and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that would be really cool. And, you know, okay, so I guess that's something I could have included as a part of the Crocwatch side of this video earlier. In the lagoon level of the Nintendo Treehouse, you can see that, like, Donkey Kong can jump in the water, but there's no indication that he can dive underwater. Is it possible that they're saving the diving mechanic and underwater mechanics for Unguard? Is that a possibility? I don't know. I think it would be a great way to incorporate some underwater traversal. Give us a fun character to go underwater with, because underwater sections in any game just generally are not super fun. But they have, you know, Mario Odyssey managed to make it work with some of the underwater captures, and, you know, that made traversing underwater a little bit more interesting. So, yeah, Unguard, or some sort of animal buddy, maybe even a new animal buddy, to let us go underwater with. I don't know. Unguard would be the obvious one. Aside from that, you know, aside from, like, Rambi and Unguard, I don't know. I mean, I'd be down for anybody. I'd be down for any of the animal buddies, but I feel like those two should be, like, the baseline. Water Temple and Ocarina, PTSD. You know, funny thing about that, you know, I played through the 3DS Ocarina of Time, like, years and years ago. Probably, like, God, 10 years ago at this point. And, I did that whole thing, I think, without the iron boots. I think that's what it was. No, it wasn't the iron boots, because you need those to get through it. It was without the water tunic. So I like, played through that whole thing the hard way. I just very recently got Switch Online, the expansion pack. It's the first time that I bought it, but, you know, the Game Boy Advance library is pretty extensive now, and so is the N64 one. And, you know, they're going to be adding GameCube games to it for the Switch too, so I thought, what the heck, I'll just get it in advance and be ready for it whenever the Switch 2 launches. That was a long way of getting to the point that, I'd like to play through Ocarina of Time again at some point. I'm like itching to play some Nintendo stuff lately. I guess it's the Donkey Kong worming its way into my brain. I fired up Kirby in the Forgotten Land the other day, and I forgot how fun that game is. I'm not, like, the craziest fan in hindsight, you know, going back to it now, revisiting it after a couple years, of how they handle getting all of the Waddle Dees, because, like, some of them, like, you aren't gonna know what the challenge is to get some of those guys, like, on your first run through a level. And I'm a completionist type. I like to just get all the collectibles, at least in my platformer games, you know. So some of those levels, yeah, you absolutely have to play them a couple of times to get everything. That's just kind of a nitpick more than anything. How did I get on Kirby? I'm just, like, rambling. But yeah, Forgotten Lands are great. I'm also playing Banjo. I'm replaying Banjo again. I'm actually almost at the end. I'm on Click Clock Wood now, and man, I'm loving playing that again too. It's very fun to revisit. This is my first time playing through it to completion in probably at least 10 years too, and I can definitely see how some of the elements, some of the design elements of it are a little bit dated, but it still, I think, is a great game. Banjo is just a ton of fun. Oh my god. My cats are losing it right now. I don't know what they're doing. I pray if you play DK64 and 101% it. So a couple of years ago, actually, oh man, it was like 2020, I think. Oh, that's, I finally decided that I was going to sit down and play through DK64, because I've started it many times over the years, but I never got all the way through it. I never made it very far before I would put it down, and that would be it. But I wanted to hold myself to it. I'm like, I'm going to play through DK64, and I'm not just going to play through it, I'm going to 100% that game, too. I'm going to play the whole damn thing. And, man, woo! That is, it's like an Olympic sport trying to 100% that game. DK60, like, honestly, like, I really like the game. I think it's a pretty cool game. But 100%ing it is just not the way. And the thing that will haunt me for forever is beaver bother. That was the worst. That was the worst part of it. Trying to get those beavers into that hole. I don't know what they did from the programming side of things, but those beavers do not want to go in the hole. Welcome to bonus stage. Yeah. DK64 is controversial because of the collectibles and how some argued it ruined collectathons. Like, yeah, they definitely went overboard with the amount of stuff that you can collect in that game. There's no doubt about it. Personally, I still really enjoyed that playthrough, and like I have a more of a soft spot for DK64 than I ever used to now. But yeah, I don't know, like, unless I do it for a video or something, I'm not really sure that I would have any interest in trying to 100% it ever again. Maybe I will do it for a video someday. I was kicking around the idea of, I don't know, either streaming or trying to make 100% videos of all the country games before Bonanza comes out, but honestly, I don't know that I have the capability to do all of that before Bonanza. Playing through the games is one thing. It's just editing it down into a digestible video format. That's a whole other thing, so... Mr. Swagtastic with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Love the content. The first video I saw of yours was to catch a Smash player. I showed my buddy your Ultra Instinct Shaggy video, and he laughed like a maniac for a few minutes. Keep it up, DK for life. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people have asked me over the years, like, what happened to that Catch a Smash Player video. It was, I don't know, it was too real. I'm like, maybe this isn't the kind of thing that I ought to be drawing attention to and just making fun of, making light of, so. Decided, like, yeah, let's just put that one to the wayside. Bonfire! $5 super chat, thank you, my friend. If I haven't asked you before, have you heard of DK64 tag anywhere? I think, is that like, I think there's like a mod that lets you just swap, right? Swap to each of the Kongs at any time. That would probably be a more enjoyable way to 100% DK64. That might be the way that I would replay that game. Is it on like Game Banana or something like that? Is the mod for it out there? You've been playing DK64 and you're lost. It's easy to get lost in those games. You know, even Banjo with like its levels, they're like relatively small, I would say, compared to what DK64 did, and even then I still find myself like trying to figure out like where the fuck is that? Where are any of the things that I'm trying to collect? Because like I said, I'm a 100% guy. I like to try to gather everything in my platformers, and I don't know. Yeah, it's easy to get lost. I guess is the point I was getting at. You need to play Pizza Tower? Yes, you do. That's like one of my favorites. That's one of my favorite platformers, I'd say. It's very good. What's the point of having different colored bananas if you can switch to Kongs whenever? I don't know. That's fair, but honestly, like, the amount of backtracking that's required from DK64, like, that's a trade-off that I'm willing to accept. Being able to swap to the Kongs at any time and just making the collectible situation piss easy as a result. I'll take it. Always thought that DK64 would be infinitely better if there were even one less Kong to deal with. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. I mean, they do each add their own, like, spice to the overall game, I guess, but yeah, I think they probably did just overdo it a little bit. Just a little bit. Woo! Was DK64 well received when it came out? I think it was. It's kind of more like over the years, it gradually became this boogeyman for 3D platformers. I'm hoping that we see like a decent bit of like nods and inspiration in Bonanza from DK64, because like I said, like I don't think DK64 is a bad game by any stretch. It's honestly pretty fun. It's just, yeah, trying to 100% it is just like a whole other thing. You just don't even want to, don't even try it. If you want to play that game, just get as much as you can, get the bare minimum stuff to get to the ending, and then there you go. Watch the secret ending on YouTube. It's not worth it. Mori Calliope is the Grim Reaper's apprentice. She's very fitting, given what the enemies are. Though her doing a DK rap would make it an anime OP. Yeah, that's well when you put it like that. Cool nerd, thank you for the super chat. Super Wee Bros. Hello, my friend. I can imagine there's a lot of DK fans on Nintendo that'll pay good respect. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. I mean, it just the rumor for years was that, you know, this team who's developing Bonanza was comprised of, like, big Rareware Donkey Kong fans, and I think that's really showing through here. Bonanza is, like, seriously shaping up to be, like, my dream Donkey Kong game. I'm gonna address that in a video coming up, too, but I'll just go over it here on stream, because fuck it. But, you know, I have a digital footprint for this. You know, the last couple of years, I've been wanting a 3D Donkey Kong game that acknowledges Rareware's era, and even, like, revels in it, while also pushing the series forward for a new generation, introducing a lot of new things, just doing a lot of new things with it. It's doing, like, all of that in spades. It's just, oh my god, dude. I'm so excited for Bonanza. How many of you guys here are picking up Bonanza? Or I guess I should say, how many of you guys have a Switch 2 pre-ordered on lock, ready to go for launch day? Honestly, if it wasn't for Donkey Kong, I'm not sure that I would. I don't know that I would be going for it, like, launch day. But, I gotta get Donkey Kong, man. Could you imagine David Wise and Grant Kirkhope guest composed music and pretended, nah, I'm not in it? I'm telling you, man, that's up there with K. Rool on my wish list for, like, what I would love to see happen in this game. Bringing in David Wise, especially David Wise. I love his Donkey Kong music. Grant Kirkhope. Ugh. Grant Kirkhope is amazing, too. But, yeah. Let me scroll up a little bit. A lot of words just came into the chat, and I wasn't reading. A lot of people saying, yep, Bonanza, yep, main reason you're getting a Switch 2, yep, same here. Whew. I'm sure a lot of you guys saw it. I accidentally ended up with 3 Switch pre-orders because I was, like, scrambling to make sure I would get them pre-ordered. Walmart still hasn't canceled 2 of them yet, so I'm giving one to my wife, and I'm giving one to a friend of mine who, he wants one too, so. Did you know DK and Crash crossed over once? Was that in, are you referring to, the Skylanders? You know, it's funny, I have that game, and I have that Donkey Kong Skylanders amiibo, too, but I never actually played it. I think I have the Wii U version, so. And, the Wii U that I have here just stopped working. The gamepad does not connect to it anymore, so. Yeah. And I can't send it anywhere to get it repaired, so I just have, like, basically a bricked Wii U. All the game needs is K. Rool, and it's legit perfect. You're confident Nintendo won't disappoint us. I'm with you. Oh, I don't know if I said Rex. Thanks for the super chat. I don't know if I said that or not, but thank you. And yeah, I'm with you. I mean, at this point, like, I'm doing it. I did it myself, right? Like, I have built this idea up in my head myself that K. Rool is going to be in this game. I'm pretty convinced he's gonna be. I'm feeling good about it. So if he's not in here, like, I'm gonna be disappointed. There's no doubt about it. Now, I've done it to myself. I brought this upon myself, but that being said, you know, I'm definitely gonna judge this game independently of K. Rool not being here, and I'm excited for it regardless, okay? I'm so excited for this game. I'm gonna play the shit out of it. But, yeah, if K. Rool's not here, that will be a little bit disappointing. I'm not gonna lie. You know what? I want a playable K. Rool in a DK game, and he just slashes and destroys his way through the levels, like Bowser in Odyssey. I'd kill for that. That would honestly be so cool if they include... Excuse me. If they include K. Rool as playable somehow. That would just be awesome. You just saw... I'm, like, speaking so fast. I'm, like, slurring my words, combining them. You just saw something on Twitter about a VTuber doing a song in Bonanza. Have you seen this? Yep. That was something I covered a little bit earlier in the stream. I don't know what to make of it. I don't really know anything about that VTuber in particular. But it's interesting that this person is working on a secretive Journey to the West adjacent project that they probably did some sort of song or rap for. And, you know, DK is known for having the DK rap, you know, in DK64. Would it be that big of a stretch to think that they might be doing a new sort of DK rap for this game or something? Wouldn't that be crazy? Just a new corny, shitty DK rap or something like that for this game? I mean, you know... I think that would just be, that'd be amazing. I say shitty. I don't know if it's going to be shitty. It might be good. I don't know. I don't know anything about the person, so. Woo! Aiden, $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Hi, Al! I like your content and agree with the Kirby video about it being stale franchise. Before Forgotten Land, like 5 years ago, very based. Are you going to DK Land at Universal? Well, thank you for that super chat, my friend. And yeah, you know, it's funny. Like I used to be on like a Nintendo tirade a couple years ago. I think it was for a litany of reasons, but I'm really just, you know, I don't know. I've cooled off a lot about that kind of stuff. And Forgotten Land also came out then. It was also really great. So that was you know, a nice little close to that chapter, I guess. But, yeah, I definitely want to go to the DK Land at Universal. I just don't know when or how I'm gonna be able to. I guess I need to get my money up. That's not gonna be happening in June when I'm buying video games. And then July when Bonanza comes out. So... I'd like to go eventually. I think it'd be fun to do sort of like a fun little like edited vlog style video going over my experience at DK Land. I likened it earlier to if you guys are familiar with, I think it's Eddie Burback who I'm thinking. Was he the guy who did the like the Rainforest Cafe tour around the country? Like I'm pretty sure.
It's Eddie Burback.
Okay, yeah, wife says yeah, Eddie Burback. Something along those lines with the DK park. I think it would be fun. And that makes it a tax write-off then, too. But I don't have the money for something like that at the moment. And honestly, like, I don't even know that I want to go in the launch year for this, the launch year. I'm talking about it like it's a video game. The opening year for this park anyway. It's going to be jam-packed. Like, maybe if I could manage to go in the fall or early winter or something like that, that could be fun. And I'm sure it'd probably be, like, less of a crowd by then, but, like, that place is definitely going to be crowded. No doubt about it. Does this mean we can get the Banjo-Kazooie Land? I hope so. I think we might be a little ways out from that, though. I hope we get a new Banjo game someday. Before anything else. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Badass boy with $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Love your Croc Watch vids, Uncle Al. Glad I could catch you live and let you know. Well, thanks so much for being here. I mean, we've got a pretty big crowd today, which is really cool. I'm kicking around streaming the DK games, the Donkey Kong Country games at least, before Bonanza comes out. I'm not sure if I'll be able to or not yet, because I have a couple of different projects I'm working on, and just someday whenever I can afford editors, that'll be that'll make it a little bit easier, but we'll see. It's very far-fetched. This year is the Chinese Year of the Snake, so reptiles? Hey, look. I'll stretch for anything right now, okay? I'll stretch my arms out just for you. Year of the Snake, King K. Rool, Chinese mythology with Journey to the West in my Bonanza game. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's happening, right? Microsoft has been working on 2 games with Nintendo audiences in mind, so I'm praying on my hands and knees that one of them is Banjo-related. I heard that, too. I've heard that same thing. I'm also hoping that that's the case. I've heard from a few different places now that there is a Banjo in the works. There have been rumors about that for, like, I don't know, like a year or 2 or 3 now. But, you know, nothing ever seems to materialize. I think Nate the Hate was one of the big ones who was talking about there being a Banjo game in the works. And supposedly he hasn't really heard anything about whether or not it was canceled. So, as far as we know, it might still be in development if it's even real. I hope it is. Grant Kirkhope is always out on Twitter being like, nope, Banjo's not happening. But maybe there's a chance. But nope, it's not happening. But what if? Nah, just kidding. You know, he's very back and forth about it. So I don't know what to make of that. But he had us all in doubt that Banjo was ever going to make it into Smash a couple of years ago. So I don't treat his words as gospel anymore after that. Did you say needing editors? You may know a guy. You'll have to tell me about this guy, Mr. Weebros. Hello, Mr. Stripe. My cat's in here. He's rubbing up on me. Hello, Mr. Stripe. What's up, buddy? You want to sit up here with me? Come sit on my lap. Come here. Ooh. He's thinking about it. He's looking up. He's like, maybe, but maybe not. Oh, there he is. Hello, Mr. Stripe. He's a quiet boy, so you probably won't hear him. He doesn't really make much noise. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Time is endless. So that 100% confirms for me that we'll get a new Banjo game someday. I'm with you. Honestly, like, I feel like Banjo has gotten so much buzz over the years, time and time again, that it feels like it's just... It's honestly just insane that it hasn't happened already, you know? I'm amazed that Microsoft didn't immediately try to find a home for Banjo immediately after he got into Smash Brothers in, what was that, 2018, 2019? Because it felt like such a no-brainer to get a new Banjo game in development as soon as possible. But I think it's going to happen someday. It might even be not too far off for all we know. We might be entering our own little Rare renaissance of sorts. We got Bonanza coming up, which takes heavy cues from Rare's DK days. We have Yooka-Laylee, which, by the way, should I mention, if you guys haven't played Yooka-Laylee in the Impossible Lair, it's the best non-DK game that you could possibly play. It's honestly a top shelf platformer. It's so good. And possibly a new Banjo. I don't know. It's kind of entering that, like, I don't know sort of territory like we've been in for years with Donkey Kong. Except now we actually have Donkey Kong, so. Have you watched Cat Scratch? I have. I wanted them in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, and it didn't happen. Take off the shades for the real ones. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Have you considered that the people that run the video game industry know nothing about their product? You see, I agree with that to an extent. But when it comes to Banjo, it's like, dude, they have to know what they're doing. I mean, they've been pumping out merchandise for Banjo for years. So they know people are like buying the stuff. They know there's an interest, but they're just kind of like cashing off of those people with statues and plushies and like all that kind of stuff. It's like, can we just get a new game? I don't have room for any more shit. I have the pop figure. I have a plush. What more do you want from me? Give me a Banjo game. I think Microsoft wants a new Banjo. The problem, they haven't found the right devs to do it. I don't know how likely this is, but I think it would be really cool if they went to Playtonic. I don't even know if Playtonic would be interested in working on a Banjo game because, you know, they have Ukulele, and that's kind of their Banjo right now, but, you know, they have a lot of the original Banjo developers over at Playtonic now. It feels like a match made in heaven to get involved with them, but, I don't know. Maybe they're not interested, or maybe Microsoft's not interested in working with them. I don't know. Another one that people are talking about is Toys for Bob. Oh yeah, right there in the chat. Toys for Bob. That makes sense. I could see that. There's rumors going around that they're working on Spyro right now, though, and I don't think they have a big enough team to work on Spyro and Banjo. I could be wrong. I could be totally off the mark there, but I feel like it's going to be one or the other. So either we're going to get some disappointed Banjo fans or disappointed Spyro fans with whatever's going on at Toys for Bob. I'm down for whatever Toys for Bob's working on. I really enjoy their work. They do great stuff. I liked Crash 4. I know that one's kind of like got some mixed reception, but I think Crash 4 was awesome. And the Spyro Reignited trilogy was pretty good too. Let me scroll up a little bit. I haven't been reading. Impossible Lair blows the first game out of the water, and I almost wish they just started doing more 2D games. I'm with you, dude. I'm with you there. And that's why I'm really looking forward to Yuka Replayly, because I'm hoping it can fix a lot of the issues that first game had. Like, I didn't think it was bad. It's not a bad game, but it felt dated in a lot of ways, and it was kind of janky in a lot of ways as well. So I'm hoping that they can actually, like, make the game that they originally set out to make with Replayly. I'm looking forward to it regardless. Like, I'm going to play it. I wish we had a release date, because I want to get it as soon as I can. But I guess, hopefully they wait until after Donkey Kong at least, because Donkey Kong is going to be my fixation for a bit. Crash Team Rumble 2! Yeah! Woo! That game was pretty good, too, by the way. I liked Crash Team Rumble. It's a shame that that game just got dealt a really bad hand, but it was fun. It was a good game. Rayman, you're excited for. Yeah, Ubisoft has more or less confirmed we're getting a new one. I was talking about that with some friends the other night, and I guess, like, the idea of a new Rayman game sounds great. I'm just hoping they don't fuck it up. That's the big worry there. Because Ubisoft, modern Ubisoft, not so good. They're not so good. Crash 4 is amazing, just 100%ing it sucks. Yeah, I got really close to 100%ing that game. Like, pretty darn close. It was the time trials, though, that messed me up. I got everything aside from that, from the time trials. Like, I got, like, 1 or 2 of the time trials completed. But, man, those levels are so long, and they are brutal, and I I reached my breaking point with them at that point. My fingers weren't coordinated enough to be able to handle the speed runs. I was like, fuck it, I'm close enough. I'll take this as a win. I really like that game, though, aside from that. Isn't Ubisoft making a new Rayman game with the creator who retired? I think I heard that they are coordinating with the creator of Rayman for whatever Rayman project they're working on. If you ever play Skylanders, really want Toys for Bob to make another Skylanders game. That'd be interesting, but I think the whole Toys to Life craze is pretty much just done. I don't know that they ever will make another one of those. Maybe they will someday, 20 years from now when nostalgia for 2010's Skylanders is at its peak. With Chunky in the Mario movie, it wouldn't surprise you if he ends up as an NPC in Bonanza. I'm really hoping that we get all the Kongs, man. Like, I don't know how big of a stretch that is to get them all. I don't know if that's even possible, but I would love to see Chunky and Tiny and Lanky and Cranky and Wrinkly, Funky, Dixie, Diddy, Swanky. The whole crew, Let's get them all. Comedy Kong? Yeah, why not? Throw him in there too. Eddie the Mean Old Yeti. Bluster Kong. Gotta get them all. DK Jr. Yeah. There's some speculation that Nintendo may be retconning the whole DK Jr. thing and just saying that our DK is DK Jr. grown up, Which honestly I think makes a lot more sense. That just makes sense, than having Cranky being the original arcade DK. Kind of just goes along with the whole movie canon then, too, that Cranky's actually DK's father. Huh. Donkey Kong had more family members than Scooby-Doo. Yeah. Racist Kong? That one's, I'm not familiar with that guy. They must have blacklisted him. Where'd all his muscles go anyway if he was the OG? He's deteriorated. He's all decrepit now. Kiddy Kong! I don't think I mentioned Kiddy Kong, did I? Let's get Kiddy Kong in here. That would be a real deep cut, because I don't think he's really ever been in anything. I don't think he's ever been in another DK game since Donkey Kong Country 3. There might have been like a spin-off where they had an image of him or something, but he hasn't ever appeared again in any significant capacity, so bring back Kiddy Kong. Oh, Mr. Stripey's back. He just spooked the shit out of me. Hello, Mr. Stripe. He's so quiet. I have to, feel his throat to see if he's purring. He is. He's a happy boy, but he's just so quiet. You a quiet little man. Yes, you are. I love my kitty boys. I got the 3 best kitties. We need Redneck Kong? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That would be probably one of the deepest deep cuts they could make. But I'm not putting anything past the developers who are working on Bonanza at this point. They're already really making some deep cut references that I would have never expected. Like the Northern Cremisphere thing is already so much more than I ever expected to see of Donkey Kong Country 3 again. I'm hoping we get a lot more. Again, not that I want Bonanza to just be references the game, But at the same time, like, I wouldn't be upset if that's what they did. Just getting this kind of acknowledgement for DK's past, you know, like there's... It's something that we haven't seen from Donkey Kong in a long time, you know? Non-existent Kong, why haven't we seen him in a bit? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Crackhead theory. But this DK is a grown-up Kiddy Kong and he's finally back. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that theory going around. Wouldn't that be something? I kind of think our DK is still just our DK, though. We're used to a Kong that's evil, but not so much a Kremling that's good. Yeah, you're right. You know, there's, like, a lot of speculation that K. Rool could be maybe less like a villain moving forward and more just kind of a rival. I don't necessarily know how to feel about that. Like, it's not how I would want K. Rool positioned in the series. I would prefer he just stay this maniacal, twisted villain who wants nothing more than to get rid of all the Kongs, but, you know, it's a price I'm willing to pay, though, to get K. Rool back. I'll take it, if he's just gonna pal around with Donkey Kong, and hey, maybe we'll even get K. Rool as a playable character at that point, and I would take that, too. That'd be pretty dope. I can imagine K. Rool punching through the ground with his big boxing gloves. That'd be cool. $5! Thank you, my friend, Mr. T. That's what I'm gonna call you. Can we talk about how in Bonanza, DK literally eats rocks in the shape of bananas, and it's peak DK personality-wise. Yeah, that is true. You know, with the Journey to the West connections, all I'm saying is that if Donkey Kong goes Super Saiyan at the end of this game, no amount of pants, no amount of layers of pants are going to be able to contain how much shit will be shat. Sorry for the imagery, but, yeah, it's just, I had to make it known. Super Saiyan Donkey Kong. And you know what's kind of funny? You know what's kind of crazy? That's not even that outside the realm of what might be possible for this game. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury gave us Super Saiyan Mario. Super Cat Mario. So maybe Super Saiyan Donkey Kong isn't that far-fetched. Super Saiyan 4 Donkey Kong. That'd be pretty dope. You know, maybe he eats the golden rock bananas and they give him the power at the end to become a Super Kong. Go along with the whole Sun Wukong angle, you know. I don't know. I think that'd be dope. If Pauline turned younger somehow, can you imagine making Cranky younger? He'd be huge. And maybe you could ride him and throw barrels with him. That'd be interesting. Sonic Frontier Supersonic fights, but with super duper DK? Yeah. I want that. I want a Super Saiyan brawl at the end of Bonanza with Donkey Kong versus King K. Rool. I would lose my mind. I'm just saying, dude. Just combining, like, two of my favorite things. Dragon Ball and Donkey Kong. Oh, that would be so crazy. Can imagine a young modern Cranky is very similar to the DK arcade design. Yeah. Well, it's funny, I've seen some comparison images from like his 2D art to the arcade DK and just how much he actually does resemble arcade DK. It's pretty cool. That'd be funny if we got like a flashback of Cranky in this game being young You know, as like the arcade DK. That'd honestly be pretty cool. What about SpongeBob? What about SpongeBob? What, Super Saiyan SpongeBob? Ultra Ego King K. Rool? That would I'm just saying, dude. Like, that would be just the craziest shit ever. Like, an all-out, super-powered, Super Saiyan brawl of DK and King K. Rool going at it. That would be so nuts. Super Kong from Returns. True. That is true. That is a thing. K. Rool and Donkey Kong fusion transformation. Could you imagine? That would be the craziest. Final fight that destroys the entire environment. Dude! Man, you just put that thought into my head. Because, like, imagine, you know, the Smash Bros. Trailer, right? When their fists collide, these two juggernauts fighting, taking it, and just duking it out. And their shockwave just disperses across the entire DK jungle. Something like that, except those shockwaves, like, also destroy the environment. That literally would be just, like, the craziest Super Saiyan-ass Dragon Ball Z shit in my Donkey Kong game. Do you know how much I want that now? That would just be whack, dude. That would be so crazy. That would be so crazy. Donkey Ball Z. Yeah. Hope he punches the moon again. That'd be funny. Yeah, maybe that's where the fight could take place. Yeah, they can duke it out on the moon, create whole new craters and stuff. You know? Excuse me. Uncle, I love you, Vince, man. We need more Krusty Cooch Chronicles. Could you do a Blue from Rio impression? I'd really appreciate it. I don't know what he sounds like. I'm not familiar with Rio. Hello, I'm Rio. It's me. Hello, I'm Rio. I'm Rio from the movie Rio. It's me. Hello. How was that? But thank you. I appreciate that. Krusty Cooch Chronicles. Yeah. Universal sued Nintendo for Donkey Kong over the whole King Kong shtick in the 80s. Why didn't they do the same to Sun Wukong? Yeah. The guy who wrote Journey to the West should have come back. He should have come to the future from the 1500s or wherever he existed and sued Universal and went back in time. DKC franchise is technically an anime if you think about it. I'll roll with it. Yeah. The Donkey Kong anime. Would love a new Donk City world in Bonanza. I do wonder if that's going to appear in some capacity in this game. Because, you know, we have a straight up reference to New Donk City. There's crates that have NDC labeled on them in this game. So, I don't know. Maybe there will be something. Do you prefer when K. Rool is as strong or stronger than DK, or when he's considerably weaker than him, like in the DKC cartoon? I'll definitely prefer, like, more of an even playing field for them. I think that's what makes their dynamic so fun, because you have these two, like, you know, monstrous creatures. These two Hulks. And just the dynamic of, like, mammals versus reptiles, like, that's always, it's just a, you know, such a classic trope, and seeing it with DK and K. Rool is just so fun. That's a part of why I think so many people love K. Rool in these games and the Kremlings. It makes too much sense, you know. It's like yin and yang. Yin and yang. I did this all for you. Want to know the funny part? I don't even like bananas. Some of you guys know what I'm referencing, probably. I'm just rambling to myself now. I feel like I'm going insane. I've always seen it as K. Rool is at least close strength-wise, but also much smarter than DK. Yeah, I think so too. What was the Donkey Kong game that you would say made you into the Kong fanatic you are today? Probably the very first one, honestly. Well, not the arcade game. Donkey Kong Country. Because, like, that was either... It was either my very first game or at least one of my very first ones. The Super Nintendo was definitely my first video game console, and I had the... excuse me. I had the console that came bundled with Donkey Kong Country, because I remember the whole, like, DK Donkey Kong Country art plastered on the front of the Super Nintendo box. I remember, yeah, that's what I remember. So yeah, probably the first Donkey Kong Country is what made me a DK fan. I've loved those games ever since I was a kid. I had all three of them, 1, 2, and 3, and yeah, they were all great. Donkey Kong Country 2 might be my favorite of the bunch. Which, you know, it's like saying, yeah, sky's blue, water's wet, that kind of thing. But DKC 2 is just really good, so... I've been in it for a long time now, you know. Been on the DK hype train for a while. Oh, my back. Oh, I gotta stretch. I've been sitting for too long. Oh. Uncle Al, have you ever mentioned opinions on Jungle Beat? Yeah, I actually played that on stream, like, towards the end of last year, I think it was. Well, I had that game as a kid, though, too. Like, I had the bongos and everything. Yeah, I really like that game, honestly. Like, I think it's still solid. You know, my biggest gripe with it is just how much that it strips away from, like, the rest of the DK series identity, which you'll hear that from probably, like, any Donkey Kong fan if you ask them, you know. But the game itself is really solid. Like, you know, if I judge it independently of all the DK stuff that was removed from that game, it's really good. It's a really solid game, you know. Wish they would announce Diddy Kong Racing 2 instead of Mario Kart World. I have a little bit of a theory about Diddy Kong Racing. And it's a tinfoil hat theory, so stick with me. But we haven't seen Diddy Kong in Bonanza yet, and we haven't seen him in Mario Kart World yet. Is there any chance at all that maybe Nintendo is gearing up, saving up to do a Diddy Kong Racing sequel? Probably not. That's probably not what's going on. But, you know, it makes you wonder. Here's my thought process behind it, you know. We have all of these Rareware games that have showed up on the Nintendo Switch Online service. We have Banjo, we have Banjo Tooie, Blast Corp, Jet Force Gemini, I think it's called. All those games. Isn't 007 coming to it as well? Maybe it's already out there? I don't know. I think it is. I thought I remembered that it was going to be on there. And we don't have DK64 or Diddy Kong Racing on the service yet. And, yeah, okay, so, you know, again, no DK64, and what do we have now? We have Bonanza. A big 3D Donkey Kong platformer after all these years. But we don't have Diddy Kong Racing yet either. Is there a new Diddy Kong Racing? I don't know. See, to go along with that, I don't think it's likely that Bonanza is going to be the only Donkey Kong game on the Switch, you know? Like, supposedly Nintendo wants to bring Donkey Kong back as, like, one of their big powerhouse franchises again. And if they're going to do that, I think that would also require them to, like, dip a bit into spin-offs, too, wouldn't you say? Like, I think that would make sense. Mario and Zelda and, like, Kirby, like, those are big franchises for them, and they all get spin-offs. Letting DK dip his toes into spin-off territory again, I don't think is too crazy of a thing to expect. Diddy Kong Racing feels like a big, like, great way to follow up Bonanza. Like, I mean, I would love another 2D game as well, like, you know, something like Donkey Kong Country, but I just kind of get the feeling that it might be too soon for a new 2D game, like, to follow up Bonanza. I feel like a spin-off would make sense. I don't know. That's just me. That's what I'm thinking. Rosie Squiggle, $1 super chat. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. A Dynasty Warriors like DK game. You know, that was something that I was talking with somebody about recently too. Honestly, I mean, I'm not really like super crazy about the Dynasty Warrior like format in general. I'm kind of a little bit burnt on it, but maybe it's just like the Zelda aesthetic with it. Because like honestly, when I think about it, like a Donkey Kong Dynasty Warriors game where you're like DK and the other Kongs just blasting your way through these massive waves of like Kremlings and stuff. That sounds like fun. That sounds cool. They could incorporate Rambi and Animal Buddies into that too, you know? Blast your way through them. Have King K. Rool as a playable character at the end of it after you beat him. I don't know. That sounds fun. That sounds kind of like a fun idea to me. Pipe dream for me, a Diddy Kong spin-off helmed by Next Level Games? Why would you put that into my head? Why would you do this to me? Now I want it. Played Hyrule Warriors on the Wii U and didn't really like it. I had the Wii U version, and then I picked up the re-release on the Switch as well. I wasn't crazy about it when I played it on Wii U, but like replaying it on the Switch, I enjoyed it a lot more. I didn't even get into what was it? Age of Calamity, I think it was. Yeah, wasn't crazy about that. But I didn't mind the original Hyrule Warriors. Like, not bad. Not a bad game. Donkey Kong RPG? Yeah. Let's make it happen. I'm here for it. Excuse me. Whenever they make a new Smash Bros, would you want them to incorporate DK's Bonanza gimmicks? Yeah, definitely. And that goes for, like, especially all of the legacy characters for Smash Brothers. They definitely need to give them some updates, I think. Like, from N64, like, all of those characters. I think that could be such a great way to bring Smash back and make it feel fresh again. If they're going to cut the roster size down, which they probably are, they should definitely update all of the characters, you know, to help freshen it up. Barrel Blast on NSO, but as a GameCube game as it was intended to be. Yeah, there we go. That's a fun idea. They can cut it as long as K. Rool stays. I'm with you. K. Rool, I mean, gosh. I really wish that I could have recorded my reaction years ago to whenever K. Rool got revealed, but I was working at the time. And, was not able to do that. But I lost my mind whenever K. Rool was revealed. every day that I could during the Smash ballot days, I would log on to that website and submit a new vote for K. Rool. I wanted him so bad. I wanted him above everything else. And it wasn't even just for Smash either. I mean, it was for just to hopefully get him back into the DK series eventually too. So, hopefully that happens with Bonanza. K. Rool all the way, but would you advocate for new villains on the level of K. Rool if they were really cool and effective, unlike the Tikis and Lord Frederick? I don't know, honestly. I don't know if I could, because, I mean, that would be like replacing Bowser as Mario's main villain, you know? It wouldn't be right. And that's how I feel about K. Rool. K. Rool is DK's Bowser. And, I don't know. I don't know that there's anybody who ever could replace K. Rool for me. Oh, my back. There was another DK rep for Smash. Would you choose Dixie or someone else? Yeah, you mentioned it there in your comment. Honestly, like, I would love Cranky Kong. I mean, I would love Dixie too. Dixie and Cranky are like my top two picks for a new DK rep in Smash. But I think I would want Cranky just a little bit more, because he could probably have a more unique moveset to Diddy Kong, you know? Like, Dixie might feel kind of similar to Diddy, but Cranky could do some unique stuff. And we don't have any old guys like that in Smash, you know? Cranky's ready to keel over, you know? You breathe on him the wrong way and he's gonna turn to dust. We need a character like that. Dude, Cranky Kong as, like, a glass cannon character, he'll beat the shit out of you, but, but, you know, you can knock him out pretty easily. Something like that would be funny. He's just like this demon monkey you don't want to mess with. I'm sorry, my friend. You must stop that. DK's had enough bad guys now to be able to make a DK fighting game. That would be really cool. Maybe that could be their spin-off for Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong fighting game. Could you imagine? I'm just like thinking about it now. Street Fighter, but Donkey Kong. I don't know. I would love to see them take a unique approach to a Donkey Kong spin-off game. Like something that you wouldn't expect. The racing games are one thing, you know, like if we got a new Diddy Kong Racing or like Donkey Kong Racing or something, I mean, that would be cool. I mean, they'd be really cool. Trust me, I'll take what I can get. But, I don't know, something like just something that you wouldn't expect would be really cool. Donkey Kong fighting game, fuck it, why not? Bring back those Kong fighters from Jungle Beat. Yeah, there we go. Just fill up the whole DK roster. They could get those guys who did Dragon Ball Fighters. Donkey Kong Warriors. There we go. I guess that would be the Dynasty Warriors thing. Donkey Kong Fighters. There we go. That's my original title. There you go, Nintendo. You can have it. Ain't I just so good? Jer Rare Bear, $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I had a dream. About a DK arcade brawler once. Oh, okay. Here's an idea too. Like a DK beat 'em up. That would be cool. A Donkey Kong beat 'em up game. I'm not talking about like a Dynasty Warriors scenario, but just like I don't know, just a beat 'em up kind of game. That'd be pretty cool. Banana Slammer. You know, Donkey Kong's got this whole new thing. like in Bonanza, where he's just he just beating the shit out of everything, you know. So why not lean into that a little bit for like a beat 'em up spin-off or something? I don't think Nintendo's really done beat 'em up games before. What are your thoughts on that scrapped Donkey Kong racing game? I'm disappointed that it never happened. Dude, like I have an old GameCube box somewhere, and they were printed with like the Donkey Kong racing, like a screenshot from it on those boxes, and I always wondered whatever happened to that whenever I was a kid. Little did I know all the corporate shenanigans going on behind the scenes, but yeah, that'd be cool if they ever revisit that concept someday. You know, bring in the animal buddies as like the vehicles, essentially. You know, I would love to be flying around on a zinger, like those speed bikes in Star Wars, you know, and crash into a tree and explode into 1,000 pieces. Ramby, you know, on guard, zip it through the water alongside the other racers who are on the land or something. I don't know. Maybe you could even like switch to different animal buddies depending on where you're at on the racetrack or something. I don't know. It'd be cool to see them tackle that again someday. But that's kind of like, that's partially where my idea is coming in, that they might do something like that someday. The fact that they don't have any of the other Kongs in Mario Kart World yet. It's very likely that they're just holding them off, you know. They're gonna drop some expensive DLC pack for Mario Kart World that includes the Kongs or something. But I'm gonna wear my little tinfoil hat and hope that they do a new racing game. Aloof Alpaca, $2 super chat. Hi Al, caps lock stuck. Hi Aloof Alpaca. I'm talking you in silent caps. Those are my caps. Yeah. Thank you for the super chat. They'll do a DLC pack, but wait like 5 years with 8 Deluxe. I kind of have a feeling that Mario Kart World is gonna... They're probably gonna lean into the DLC idea much sooner than Mario Kart 8 did. Because I think Mario Kart World is gonna be around for a while. Like, that's probably gonna be the next decade of Mario Kart that we're looking at with Mario Kart World, you know? That's probably what's gonna happen, so... DLC, I think, is very likely. Rosie Squiggle, $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Streets of Monkey 2. The king has come to rule. The perfect opportunity for a beat-em-up. Come on, Nintendo. That's what I'm saying. You get Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong, Cranky Kong, K. Rool as your playable characters, right? Beat the shit out of everybody. Although I guess K. Rool might be a boss. I just want playable K. Rool. I think that would be really cool. They could add the vehicles from Diddy Kong Racing too. It would fit with the multiple vehicles and modes of world. Yeah, you're right. That's also kind of like the snag with potentially doing another Diddy Kong Racing, right? Because Mario Kart World sort of has taken the whole gimmick of Diddy Kong Racing. So I don't know. Donkey Kong Racing might make more sense from a branding standpoint. Like, not only is it something that they're bringing back that was going to happen a long time ago, but it would be, they could like do something unique with it compared to Diddy Kong Racing and Mario Kart. And they also don't need to worry then about hitting up Microsoft to use the extended cast of characters from the original Diddy Kong Racing. They can just fill it up with the Nintendo-owned Donkey Kong characters, you know. Opinion on the lanky allegations. I can't say I'm familiar. I can't say I'm familiar with those allegations, my friend. I'm sorry. Wonder if we'll get a Bonanza Direct in June. I'm personally thinking we're gonna get a Direct sometime after the Switch 2 launches, so like maybe mid to late June we'll get a general Direct, which is about the time frame that they usually do their summer Directs anyway. That's kind of when I'm thinking that we'll get just another Nintendo Direct and the next trailer for DK Bonanza. But I guess... Sorry, my throat's getting sore and scratchy. I've been on here for 2.5 hours rambling away. I'm not talking tomorrow. I'm just not doing it. But yeah, next trailer, mid to late June. That's my guess. When you first saw Bonanza, you thought it would be better as a Wario game for all the destruction and gold collecting. Yeah, I've seen that sentiment shared around a little bit. I can see where you're coming from. I think there's definitely more going on here, though, that lends itself really well to Donkey Kong. Think we'll get any more new DK games after Bonanza? Yes. I think we're definitely going to get at least, maybe 2 or 3 Donkey Kong games on the Switch 2. That's my guess. Because I think Bonanza is sort of like this, is sort of the rebirth of Donkey Kong in a way. You know, they want to like position DK as a big property for them again. And Bonanza is like a big step towards that, that's for sure. But I think along with that, they're going to do some more games, including like spin-offs. I don't know how many we'll get, but I am thinking at least 2 or 3 games. We'll get Bonanza, maybe like a spin-off game like Donkey Kong Racing. Let's just say Donkey Kong Racing, right? And probably a new country game. That's my guess. I think it's likely that maybe Retro Studios could move on to a new country game after they're done with Metroid Prime. I don't know. I'm going to stand in a stretch for a second. Give me 1 minute. Oh, my back. Bro. I've been sitting for so long. Oh, yeah. Oh.
Do you want a tea? Okay.
Oh. Oh. Hello, cat. Mr. Stripe. Oh. Would you be interested in remakes of the OG DKC games? That's a tough one. Because there's a part of me that might be interested in that. But the graphical style of that game is so unique that level of charm would probably be lost in translation. Unless they straight up made the graphics look like the Silicon graphics. That's like the only way that I think I would want to see that game remade. There's a guy on YouTube, I wish I could think of his name. He remade a handful of Donkey Kong Country 2 levels and pretty much made them 1-to-1 with those original games. And I think something like that would be pretty cool. Like, I guess that is sort of another way that I'd be able to, like, let it slide a little bit, you know. If they just made it 1-to-1, they made the models look as damn close as they could to those originals and the original games. But, I would definitely be interested to see them try to match the OG art style as close as they could. I don't know if they'll do it though, especially because now we have this new version of Donkey Kong that they're pushing with his new design, and I kind of get the feeling they would probably stuff that new design into remakes of the country games if they did them. So, I don't know. I'm not necessarily opposed, because Nintendo has done some faithful remakes relatively recently even. I mean, Mario RPG really did a good job of updating the graphics and just making it really similar. Yeah, Blob Van Dam, that's it. That's the guy who did the DKC2 level remakes. He did a really nice job. They look really great. Hope they find a way to get David Wise back. I agree. Full stop. I hope that if they do another country game, he gets to come back. Do you think the new design is going to be in Smash? Oh, yeah. Definitely. Absolutely. 100%. They're going to make that DK design the new design for Smash moving forward as well. And I'm not opposed to that at all. I just kind of hope that they also match, like, his sort of cartoon goofiness to go along with it, I've never been, like, super crazy about the animalistic interpretations of the DK cast in Smash. Like, it's alright, but I would prefer them to be a little closer to the way they are in the games. Same goes for, like, Bowser and stuff, But that's just me. Question, if they were to make a DKC movie, who would you cast as K. Rool or the other DK crew? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Zomboss. Well, for K. Rool, I would definitely, and I know this might not be super likely to happen, but I would love to see Benedict Campbell get to be King K. Rool, because he just is King K. Rool, I would love to see him be K. Rool in a DK movie. But I also realize that he's not exactly like Hollywood star, and that's probably what they want on posters, They want to be able to advertise that Willem Dafoe is King K. Rool in the Donkey Kong movie, As far as the rest of the crew, honestly, like, I couldn't even tell you. I don't have any particular desires for who I would want to see play the DK characters. If he were still with us, absolutely Gilbert Gottfried as Cranky Kong. That would have been amazing. But, yeah. Jack Black again. Tim Curry as K. Rool. Honestly, he would be a great fit, too. Tom Holland as Diddy Kong. That thought has crossed my mind, too. It just seemed too obvious. I'm like, should I say that? Nah. I could kind of imagine it, though. I feel like they need somebody a little higher pitch, though, They need somebody who can hit up here into this kind of range for Diddy Kong, It just feels more like Diddy to me. I guess that's the DK cartoon rubbing off on me, rubbing off into my brain. Like, that cast is just the perfect cast to me. Fred Armisen already voices Cranky. Yes, he does. Eric Bauza should stay as Diddy. Yeah, honestly, I could see that. Eric Bauza. Sacha Baron Cohen as K. Rool. Hello, it is me, King K. Rool. My loyal subjects. You may kiss their feet. That would be something. I don't know what that would be, but that would be something. Idris Elba as K. Rool. Ooh. That's a pretty good idea. I could see that. Eddie Murphy as Funky. Okay. Now that I want that now. I definitely want that now. I'm with you there. Hey, what's going on, DK? Woo, man, you be stinking out of here. Wreck-It Ralph is Chunky Kong. What's his name? John C. Reilly. I could maybe see that. It's Chunky. I could imagine that, actually. Yeah. Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill as K. Rool? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like he would need to have, like, a deeper voice. Diddy Kong is permanently a gay pervert in my head, thanks to you, Uncle Al, and there's nothing you can do to change that. I don't know if I should be, like, flattered. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that, but, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Benedict Cumberbatch should play K. Rool. He voiced Smaug in The Grinch. Oh, and The Grinch. I'm like, Smaug in The Grinch. Like, Smaug was in The Grinch? What? Both sinister and goofy and British, K. Rool should be British. Yeah. Yes, I agree. K. Rool should definitely be British. Let's go with that. Patrick Warburton is Chunky. Hey, DK. Got your bananas over here. Whoa. Christopher Lloyd is Cranky. Oh, we already have Fred Armisen. I imagine they would probably keep Seth Rogen and Fred Armisen, right? Dwayne Johnson as Stanley the Bugman, you know? Like, look, I'm down for anything. I want casting choices that are going to make me laugh as hard as the Mario movie cast choices did. But, funny enough, like, that whole cast worked just mostly really well. I kind of feel like Peach was, I don't know, she could probably be interchangeable with a lot of different actresses. And same goes for Chris Pratt as Mario. It's like, wasn't really, like, a very inspired performance. But for the most part, the rest of the cast worked. Charlie Day as Luigi was definitely an inspired choice. He worked perfectly. I forget. Did I miss a super chat somewhere? Oh, no, I didn't. Jara Rare Bear. Yeah, thank you for the $5 super chat if I didn't say that already, by the way. Thank you. Mel Brooks should have been Cranky. Yeah, it kind of seemed like they were going for... hang on. I gotta say this. Good night, Mike Hawk. Thanks for being here on the stream, Mike Hawk. Yeah. What was I saying? I got distracted by Mike Hawk. Oh, right. So, old people. I think they were avoiding them for the Mario castings. Because from what I've heard, Universal wants to turn the Mario movie verse into a whole thing. They want to have sequels. They want to have a Nintendo cinematic universe, basically. And so they want to have actors who are going to be able to be around for it, Not ones that are knocking on death's door. I know it's a pretty dark way to put it. But I think that's unfortunately why we probably wouldn't see somebody like Danny DeVito as Wario. Even though he's like the perfect casting. I think that should totally be who Wario is. Danny DeVito. That'd be amazing. Rosie Squiggle, $5 super chat, thank you. Ben Stein is Rambi. Is he the guy who's got like that really just like, I don't know how to put it, like Eeyore, I guess. Winnie the Pooh, the everything sucks. Everything is tits. Something like that. I can see that. Yeah. As Rambi. That'd be amazing. Zomboss with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, the only one that didn't work for me was Fred as Cranky. I don't know. I just always thought Cranky sounded like Gilbert Gottfried. I'm with you there, too. I didn't mind his performance as Cranky so much as, like, I felt like he was channeling Larry David. Just didn't quite get there. I feel like Larry David would have been a hilarious casting for Cranky Kong. You know, if not Gilbert Gottfried, which obviously couldn't be Gilbert Gottfried, but, yeah. Ben Stein voices the Pixies from Fairly Odd Parents. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Ben Stein is Ramby. I want to see it happen. That's amazing. The actress who played Peach probably could have been better as Rosalina. Could see it. DK Jr.'s DK. DK Jr.'s DK. Okay. I see you. Did you want that? Did you want me to acknowledge that? I see it. Really is a shame that the DK cartoon has this aura around it that Nintendo wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole, especially with how incredible Benedict Campbell's performance was as K. Rool. I'm with you, man. Honestly, like, I think the cast for the DK cartoon is just so good. And, it's a shame they probably won't ever get acknowledged in any sort of official capacity. But they should totally bring Benedict Campbell back as K. Rool for Bonanza and have him do a big, stupid musical number at the end of the game. That's what they should do. That should be the grand final boss fight finale of the whole thing. He's singing at you, and that would be amazing. Conan O'Brien is Espresso. Yeah, you know, let's get it. Let's get it. Who would be Ungard? Thank you for the super chat, Aiden. David Tennant as Ungard, Kristen Shaw as Espresso. You know, okay, all right. Let me say this: Kristen Shaw as Dixie Kong would be perfect casting. That would be amazing. She would be great as Dixie Kong. Rebel Wilson be Squawks. Jack Black as Candy Kong. Yep, there we go. Caitlin Olsen as Candy Kong. I could see it. I could see an Olsen. Richard Horvitz as Squawks. Yeah, there we go. I can imagine him being Winky. Just like a really meek little, like, nervous... Oh, this is gonna sound bad. A meek, nervous Winky. Meek, nervous little Winky. I'm 12. I'm just 12, okay? What can I say? Is she the Mabel voice actress? Yeah. Kristen Shaw? Yeah. And, what's her name on Bob's Burgers? I can't think of her name. Bunny Ear Girl. Benedict Campbell, K. Rool is GOAT, but the rest of the cast, not so much. I think most of them are pretty good. I can't really think of anybody who I don't like from the DK show, honestly. I mean, I think they're all great, but that's just me. But at the very least, yeah, Benedict Campbell as K. Rool. That one feels like it should be definitive. Are we talking Kristen Shaw as Dixie? Yes, we are, Cartoon Gamer. I was saying, like, I think she would be perfect casting for Dixie Kong. That would be perfect. Imagine if for the new DK show we had Patrick Seitz, a voice of Endeavor from My Hero, as DK. I'm not overly familiar with him. Final super chat for the night. Well, thank you, Zomboss, for all the super chats, by the way. I appreciate you, man. If there ever is a DKC movie, everyone should campaign to have you cameo in it. That would be really cool. I don't think Nintendo would like me to be a part of that, though. I have a bit of a footprint of being not so nice to them online. So But I appreciate that. You did a storyboard animatic of that, and it is glorious. I really want to see that. You'll have to send it my way, or I don't know if you have a link to it. Even drop it in chat. Heck, we'll check it out. But yeah, I think she would be perfect as Dixie. That's like one of the ones that I'm solidified on now. I definitely want her as Dixie. I don't know who I would want as like Diddy Kong yet. I saw somebody say, what's his name? Michael Cera, which I don't know. I don't know if I get Diddy from him, but maybe. Haley Steinfeld as Tiny Kong. That could work. Getting sleepy. I probably won't be on stream for a whole lot longer, but we'll hang out, chat for a bit longer. Maybe till about midnight. I didn't realize it was getting so late. No wonder I'm getting pooped out. It's past my bedtime, my old bad bedtime. Want to see a voice actor of Charlie from Smiling Friends voice one of the Kremlings. That'd be funny. Kremlin jockey. That link work? It did not, unfortunately. Cartoon Gamer. Is it on your YouTube channel? Hold up. Let me see. Let me do a little... Dibby-dee-doo. Dibby-dee-doo. Doing a little researching. Cannot find what I cannot see. My eyes do not work for me. I'm not seeing anything. That's okay. Well, I'll have to check it out at some point. I'll, like, hit you up. Can't wait to get the Switch 2 Mario Kart bundle soon. Hope to see more of your funny content, Al. You love it so much. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Switch 2 as well. Especially Donkey Kong. How confident are you that Diddy is in Bonanza? I'm not. That's it. I'm not. I hope he is. I really do. But yeah, I'm not so sure yet. I feel like he probably is, because, like, you know, why would they remove Diddy of all characters? He's like the player 2 of Donkey Kong, you know. Feels like it'd be crazy to not have him in there in some capacity. And, you know, they have a new DK calendar coming out next year that's also gonna have Diddy and Dixie on it. And they also have the whole freaking Universal Park expansion that has Diddy Kong as a big part of it, so it wouldn't make sense to remove Diddy. It wouldn't make sense. I hope he's in it. Rosie Squiggle, $2 super chat. Last super chat tonight. Zach Hadel as Diddy Kong. Thank you for the super chat. And yeah, there we go, yeah. Hey, whoa, DK. Whoa, well, come on, man. You get a little too crazy. It's getting a little silly. Get a little silly, man. You have to, like, calm down a minute. Calm down, bro. Banana Salama, am I right? How'd you react if the OG trilogy got the insane treatment? We were just talking about that earlier. It just depends on how they do it, I think. Like, if they made it, like, pretty faithfully in terms of, like, graphics and all that kind of stuff to the original game, if it looked Silicon Graphics-esque, maybe I'd be behind it. But, like, I feel like a lot of the charm of the originals is that, like, pre-rendered graphical style. So, and I'm not sure that can really just translate super faithfully, unless they really just go all in on it. Who knows? Maybe they would. They've done some pretty, like, good, faithful remakes in the last couple of years, like the Mario RPG. That looked pretty good. It was very along those lines of the original, I guess. Have you addressed the rare Donkey Kong design erasure that happened with the latest Switch update? I have not mentioned that yet. Honestly, like, I don't know if this is a controversial take, but I don't really mind that. I don't really mind them leaning into the new design. I think it would have been cool to just have, like, a new design alongside that one. But I guess since we're going into a new era of DK, that's what they really want to push at the moment, you know? So, I don't know. I don't really mind it. I like the new design a lot. I think it's honestly the best DK has ever looked. So, I'm, you know, Hey, new sub here. I came across your Donkey Kong Bonanza reaction video. I love the sheer joy you felt. That's how I reacted to Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door on Switch. I enjoy your vids. It's so down for DK. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was just like pure, unfiltered euphoria that I was feeling that day. I couldn't even get the words out. It was just, oh my god, the whole time. It was so amazing. It was such a magical moment to finally have DK after 11 long years. Not gonna lie, I think I love Donkey Kong Bonanza, Uncle Al. Me too, Mikey711. Me too. Napoleon Dynamite as Diddy Kong? Oh man. Help, I'm romantic in love with Donkey Kong. You're gonna have to fight me for him. Hi, Teddy. Cat. Kitty cat. Yo, Al. Thanks for getting me hyped for the game. It's gonna be a real special day in July, I tell ya. I'm with you, man. I am so stoked. Honestly, as much as you love the rare design, you felt it was time for a facelift. I'm with you. I'm definitely with you there, too. That's kind of been my perspective on it, too. Because, like, you know, it's been so long since the last Donkey Kong game, for one thing. And he really needed to come back in a big way. And I think just, you know, giving him a whole different facelift, giving him a modern facelift, you know. The rare design has been around for 30 years now. And it was made on, you know, with dated hardware and dated techniques. I mean, all the respect in the world to Kev Bayless and his original design. I love the rare DK, and I always will. But, you know, it was definitely time to, like, update him a bit. That's not even, like, just an opinion that I hold about Donkey Kong, either. Like, any character who's been around for that long and is still getting new material, games, whatever the case is, should totally get a facelift after this long, you know. Would Kong Watch return 2 years after Bonanza and there being no game since? To tell you the truth, I don't think it will. Let me put it this way, like, Donkey Kong Bonanza is really shaping up to be, like, my dream Donkey Kong game. And if that ends up being the last Donkey Kong game, just period, they never do anything with Donkey Kong again, that's fine enough. That's fine enough for me. You know, it's been a journey to get to this point, both, like, mostly, you know, like, as a part of my online presence. And, I don't want to just sit around making videos for the rest of my YouTube career, like, waiting for a new Donkey Kong game, you know? So, I'm reveling in this hype period leading up to this new game, and once it's here, I'll be satisfied. I'll be happy, satisfied camper. That being said, I don't think it's going to be the last Donkey Kong game. I think it's just the start of a bunch of new Donkey Kong games moving forward, but that's just me. It feels like they're setting him up for a whole new era, you know? Al, can't wait to see if the theories were correct and fight K. Rool after so long. Me too, buddy. You think Grant Kirkhope or David Wise will come back for Bonanza? I hope. I would love that so much. Al sitting, watching a sunrise like Thanos after Bonanza's release. Yep. My work here is done. Ah, Bonanza. Aiden, $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Last super chat for the night. With that logic of redesigning, how would you facelift Kirby? Ooh. That's a really good question, because honestly, I wouldn't have even been able to tell you how to redesign Donkey Kong. I am not artistically driven in that kind of way, or artistically minded. That's definitely not a me question. But I don't know. I'm sure they could figure something out. Kirby really hasn't changed much over the years, has he? He's just Kirby. I guess there's not really a whole lot of ways to, like, redesign him significantly, though. Uncle Al gonna rest high on that banana horde and hang up his hat on DK speculation. We're gonna enjoy the ride while we can. That's right. That's right. That being said, alright, let me put it this way, though. Like, while Kong Watch might be over after this, while I'm not gonna make a bunch of videos, you know, schizo posting about every little Donkey Kong thing that comes after Bonanza, if we do get a new DK game announcement, I will be at the forefront. You know, I will make videos speculating about new games, you know, if they get announced. I just don't necessarily want to do the whole, you know, oh, Donkey Kong got a new lollipop. This means there's a new game coming. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that anymore. Ugh. Al, love your content and Croc Watch content. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, Funky Monkey. Funky Monkey 28. I appreciate that. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. I'm glad that I get to be here doing this. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. I've gotten to interact with a lot of really cool people in the DK community. And, you know, it's great to be a part of the excitement for something that, you know, we're all excited about together. It's really cool. What are you doing, Teddy Bear? Teddy is one of my cats. He's my youngest cat. He's about a year old. What are you doing? He's up on top of a filing cabinet in my office. What are you doing? Do you even know how to get down? Are you stuck? Come here. Let me get you. Come here. Oh my god. Let go of the curtains, bro. I got you, but you have to let go. Good boy. Come here. You crazy cat. You crazy cat. He's a goofball. Now he's purring, though, now that I have him. Oh, alright, let me see. Zombos! Thank you. Thank you for the extra bonus round super chat, my friend. Okay, actual final one. When Croc Watch ends, will it be Kong Crew Watch or Snowmad Watch afterwards? Croc Watch is just... That's our epilogue. You know, our little bonus epilogue series to Kong Watch. And when Croc Watch ends, that's whenever I get to hang up my tie, my DK tie, and sail off into the sunset, you know. At that point, everything I could possibly want is now within my grasp. So, I'll be satisfied. I'll be satisfied at that point. Do you think K. Rool might show up as a skeleton like Grunty? Maybe as the second phase of a final boss fight. It's entirely possible, I guess. I mean, you know, we have all these skeleton Kremlings. Could be interesting if K. Rool also shows up as a skeleton. Reacting to your latest DK theories like watching Woody Theory for Deltarune, both insane, but perfectly makes sense somehow. I'm not familiar with Woody Theory, but yeah, it is insane how much this, like, Journey to the West angle just totally lines up with Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's really crazy. Oh, let me stretch my legs out. Oh, my God. Al, the real question is, will Captain Scurvy return for the crystal the crystal coconut for this new game? I hope so. Wouldn't that be cool? Get Captain Scurvy in there. Honestly, like, while there's a lot of rare references that we've seen so far just from all the promotional material for this game, I am particularly interested to know if we're going to get any super duper deep cut references to anything. Like, if we get any nods at all to the Donkey Kong Country cartoon. It's not likely. Like, I doubt it. But I do wonder. And also, another one that I'm curious about is if we'll get any mention of any sort of, like, old school ties to Banjo-Kazooie in here. Again, I'm kind of doubtful. I'm doubtful of it. But, you know, with the team behind this game and their clear love and like, just respect that they have for Rare's DK era, I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily write it off entirely. And especially since Nintendo and Rare, well, and Microsoft just have, like, such a good relationship these days, and they know how, you know, us DK fans also love Banjo. They had DK and K. Rool and Diddy in the Banjo trailer, acknowledging the DKU. They know how important it is to us. Tropical Freeze Switch had a nod to the cartoon, so that's good. I actually didn't know about that. I did not know about that. Now I gotta... What was it? I gotta know now. The little monkey almost looks like a Wario-fied version of DK. I'm not quite sure which one you're talking about. Like the Prospector chimps or something? More like a Wario-fied version of Diddy, if that's the one you're referring to. Pretty sure they own some of the Diddy Kong racing characters minus Banjo and Conker. I could be wrong, but I don't think they do. I think most of those characters went with Microsoft. I could be totally wrong about that, but I don't think so. Funky says Banana Slammer. Oh, give them the old Banana Slam. Okay. See, okay. I could maybe see something like that being referenced. That feels like... I don't know, that phrasing in general just kind of feels like it's transcended the cartoon for DK. In my mind, at least. I don't know. Banana Slammer! Oh, yeah! Would you stream a playthrough of DKC3 or DK64? I'm considering it. And, like, I don't know if I'm gonna do this or not. Maybe I shouldn't make it a big thing, because I was considering making it, like, a big event. Like, you know, that, like, oh, I'm gonna 100% all the Donkey Kong Country games before Bonanza, but I don't think I have the bandwidth for it. I think maybe I should just, like, not go overboard and promise anything like that. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I'll do DKC3. Probably not DK64, because I do want to revisit that game for this channel someday. But that's one that I definitely want to treat as more of like an event sort of thing, you know. I want to, like, you know, treat it as like a subscriber milestone that, like, I'll go in and do this game or something like that. I don't know. Something along those lines. Are you hyped for Donkey Kong 3 Houses? Well, of course. Diddy and Crunch are the only Diddy Kong characters Nintendo owns. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's a shame. Because maybe we could have had another Diddy Kong Racing. Never mind. Who am I kidding? We've barely gotten Donkey Kong games in the last decade. No way we would have gotten a Diddy Kong Racing. DK gets a musical segment, Bonanza, with a cartoon voice actor. That's what I'm saying they should do for K. Rool in the final boss fight. Give him a big, stupid musical number with Benedict Campbell back as K. Rool. That would be so cool. I don't know if they would. Probably not. It's probably very unlikely, but I think it would be dope. If Nintendo, like, knows what this character means to us, they would do it. Gonna have to stay tuned. Ugh, I bit my tongue. To stay tuned for your reaction to the second Bonanza trailer. I'm hoping that I can capture it. That's what I'm kind of scared of. Like, I'm hoping they don't just drop, like, just shadow drop a new trailer for it. I'm hoping they at least give us a heads up that something's coming. Because otherwise I'm probably gonna get spoiled on it before I have a chance to sit down and, like, record my reaction proper, you know? Hopefully they do another direct in June and they have another trailer there, and so then I can just be prepared for it. Diddy Kong Racing DLC for Mario Kart with all 19 characters from both versions of the games. That'd be cool. That'd be a fun way to get those characters back. At least the fan-made K. Rool musical gave us that, if Nintendo won't. Yeah, that's true. That's also, that was a really cool project to be a part of, if you guys haven't seen it. I'm sure most of you probably have. Who am I kidding? We're all crazy Donkey Kong fans here. We've all seen Return to Crocodile Isle, right? That was such a cool thing to be a part of. I got to do my DK impression for Richard Yearwood. I got to listen to him record his lines for that, and our producer Martin was like saying, "Hey, you should do your DK impression," or, like, you know, Al does a really good impression of your DK, and so I did it for him, and he said, like, "Man, you should have just been Donkey Kong for this." I'm like, but we couldn't do it without the original, though. It was really cool. It was really neat. How do you feel about the idea that Nintendo is trying to build up DK as their version of the Incredible Hulk? The new Bonanza game has a lot of similar features to the game. Hulk Total Destruction. I don't know. I guess that's cool. I'm not familiar with that game, to be honest. Donkey Kong should be the Hulk. That's such a huge compliment, though. LOL, brutal. Yeah, that was really, really cool. It was really kind of him. We are a Crocodile Isle household here. It's absolutely spectacular, and everyone involved did a fantastic job. It's honestly like one of the coolest projects I've ever been a part of. I actually have. They sent me, the guys who were in charge of the project. I believe Martin was in charge. He was our project producer. I got sent a little like trophy or award, basically, for being a part of it. It's my very own Return to Crocodile Isle Crystal Coconut Award. Presented to Uncle Al by Bootleg Dub Productions. And I always have it sitting on my desk here. It's one of the coolest things I've ever gotten to do. They sent us little, what is this thing called? I don't know. A water bottle container thing, too. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. I'll have to show them off sometime. Why does your avatar have jiggle physics? Because I'm a jiggly man. I'm just a jiggly little fella. Do you think Nintendo will make a new DK Country game for the Switch 2 eventually? I would love to see both 2D and 3D DK games on the new system. I think it's possible. And I'll even go as far to say is I think that it's likely we'll get a new 2D Donkey Kong game. Whether or not here, give me one sec. Oh! Sorry, had to readjust myself. I sit in the same position for so long yapping and then I get all stiff. I don't know if they'll keep the country branding. I think it makes sense to do that if they're going to do another 2D game. Because Donkey Kong Country is just so iconic. But, yeah, I think we'll get another one. Before the end of the Switch 2, we will get a new Donkey Kong Country. That's my prediction. Whoever's going to work on it, though, I don't know. Who knows? I think it's possible that Retro Studios will move on from Metroid Prime 4 to a new 2D Donkey Kong. But, if that's the case, that's probably a couple of years out. I also have a little bit of a tinfoil hat idea that, with them bringing Donkey Kong back internally, to Japan with Nintendo EPD, there's a part of me that almost wonders if the Mario Wonder team would tackle a 2D Donkey Kong next, just to kind of keep, this new era and direction for Donkey Kong sort of consistent with what they're doing with Bonanza. I don't know. I don't know how likely that is. Again, that's just sort of like a tinfoil hat crackpot idea, but I don't know. Something else that would be really cool, though, would be to see Platonic Games get to take a swing at a new 2D Donkey Kong, because I thought Impossible Lair was phenomenal. That game was great. I would love to see them get their hands on Donkey Kong again. A bunch of the old Rare folk who are at Platonic. When do you think the next 3D Mario will come out, considering the devs that were working on DK? Furthermore, do you think it'll be linear like Galaxy or 3D World, or might be cooking something for later? I don't think 3D Mario is too far off. They pretty much teased it recently when they were asked about a 3D Mario. They're like, oh yeah, stay tuned. That to me, I don't think they would have said that if they didn't already have something cooking. I think that this team that's working on Bonanza might just be one of two teams that's cooking up stuff over there. They probably have a 3D Mario game also in the works. That being said, I think they're definitely going to take cues from Bowser's Fury and probably do a semi-open world kind of thing. Stick to the open world shtick. I think that's probably what they'll do. And then DK kind of fills that, sort of Mario Odyssey sequel-esque void that people are wanting filled, That's my guess. That's my big guess. Donkey Kong Country is a theme park. It's basically a household name to all. Yeah, I'm with you there. That's probably what they would do. They would probably call it Donkey Kong Country for whatever 2D game they do next. It seems obvious. I don't know, speculating that, maybe there would be a chance they would try something new, but probably would just make sense to do Country. I would love to see Retro get the chance to finish out their DK trilogy, and this time include the Kremlings. That would be a really cool thing to see happen, so I don't know if it will, but it would be cool. Think Nintendo will make a new Mario game for the Switch too? Personally, I think it's unlikely. Mario's pretty niche. Yeah, I think you're right, you know. It's probably not super likely to get a new Mario game. Mario getting new games is honestly pointless to speculate about. It's like asking if rain will ever come again. Yeah. I guess, you know, the real question is just, like, what kind of Mario game it will be, you know? Like, I feel like they're probably going to go bigger than Odyssey. I think Nintendo's really liking the open world aspect. They kind of seem to be working up to that more and more with some of their franchises here lately. Mario Kart World is a big one, and I think that the next 3D Mario is likely to take cues from open world as well. That's what I'm thinking. Any updates on your shitpost channel, or would you like to stay silent on future projects? I don't really have anything in the works for it at the moment. I was honestly planning to go pretty, like, full force into it at the start of this year. And it started off strong. Like, I had a pretty good comeback over there. But then I ended up having to deal with some copyright issues. And that really just knocked the wind out of my sails. It just kind of, like, sucked the fun out of it immediately. It was because, like, I know now, if I go to work on one of those things, that's just going to be lingering in my mind the whole time. I'm going to be thinking about how I'm probably going to have to deal with copyright shenanigans with one of these videos. So I wouldn't say that, like, I won't ever return to it or anything. Like, if I can get to a point where this channel is really starting to become more self-sustaining, I wouldn't mind going back and doing some more stuff over there. Like, I would even say, I see you guys talking about DKC Abridged, like, I wouldn't mind, like, going back to some of that stuff eventually, too. It's just the fact that, like, especially DK Abridged, it takes so much time that I can't really afford to lose at the moment by, like, not posting. Like, it takes me pretty much, like, a month to crank one of those out. And, you know, I need to be uploading semi-consistently to stay afloat with revenue and all that kind of stuff, you know. Not that YouTube's all about the money for me or anything. I get a lot of comments like that whenever I bring up ad revenue and stuff. Like, oh, it's a shame that you only do this for the money and not for the love of the craft. It's like, well, no, I love the craft too, but it's also the fact that, well, I have to make money to live. So, hopefully eventually I can get back to it. I think that would be cool. But for now, I'm just going to focus on my game channel here, Uncle Al Plus. And I'm having a lot of fun doing it anyway, so... And it seems like a lot of you guys are having fun keeping up with the content, so it's super cool. You know, for the first time in my 6 years of being a YouTuber, like, full time, I finally get to, like, make Donkey Kong content that people are watching. That's really cool. So I'm just living it up. I'm riding this wave, you know, while I have it. Because eventually, things will settle. So, and that's okay. That's okay, too. Because, like, I don't even want to only make Donkey Kong content. Like, I want to do other things, too. But, I'm loving it. I'm loving it while I have it here. Can't make the craft without the money. Yep. That's for sure. Hey, Al, you planning to live stream any DK games until Bonanza comes out? Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Like, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about doing some streams. I just don't really know yet. Because I'm working on a lot of videos while I'm... Well, I was going to say while I'm streaming, but I'm not really streaming other than, like, right now. I don't know. It'd be cool. It would definitely be cool. I just, the videos are taking up a lot of my time. Seeing people on 4chan see your videos and not understand what you're doing isn't serious is amazing. What do you mean? Like, people are, like, but I don't know, just going nuts about me or something? Being like, look at this guy! I don't know. I just like making goofy videos. I don't really take any of my videos super seriously. It's crazy, right? It's almost like it's like a new DK game in 10 years finally let all the DK content creators out of the woodworks and let them go bananas is amazing. I know. I'm super happy. Like, well, not just for my channel. Like, it's super great to see like some big numbers coming in. It's pretty cool. But also, yeah, creators like the Kong Compendium. I've been loving his videos. I've been watching his stuff. I just recently got in touch with him, and he's pretty chill. Pretty chill dude. And then just, I don't know, just seeing, like, it's funny how all the internet, everybody on the internet right now is just coming together. Not everybody on the internet. Everybody in the Nintendo sphere is coming together to collectively speculate over whether King K. Rool is going to be in this game or not. It's just the coolest thing ever, you know. Even just a couple of short years ago, people would have scoffed about King K. Rool to you, you know. They would have, like, told you that K. Rool, oh, he'll never be in Smash Brothers. He's just a Bowser clone, and then that happened. And now here we are a couple years later with a new Donkey Kong game and all this evidence that K. Rool might be back. And, it's just, I don't know. It's just so cool. It's really dope. I'm loving it. I'm loving this whole period right now. I'm just basking in it. Those NSO DKC 3 icons and Chromosphere maps got me to try DKC 2. It's a very cozy game. Makes me hope and yearn for Dixie and even Kitty to come back in Bonanza. Yeah, those games are awesome. I love all the DKC games. So fun. I actually just recently picked up Returns HD. I kind of waited on it after it initially released, but after Bonanza got revealed, I was like, okay, all right, I'm going to play Returns HD. I got to get some Donkey Kong in me. And it's been fun revisiting that game, too. It's really good. Compendium is fire. Kongpendium is fire. Yes, they are. What are your thoughts on Jungle Beat? It's really fun. I like that game. I had it as a kid. And, you know, honestly, as a kid, like, the whole, you know, a lot of DK fans didn't care for that game because of just how much it stripped away from what we liked, you know, from the DK series, the extended cast of characters and all that kind of stuff. But as a kid, that wasn't really something I was worried about, you know. It was just like fun Donkey Kong game. And I still kind of maintain that mindset about it. I really like that game. It is kind of disappointing that it doesn't have more familiar faces in it, but, you know, as like a standalone game, it's solid. K. Rool isn't in the game. Also, Kid Pauline proves nothing. Everything that's in the game is what we've seen. Yeah. Oh, you're saying, is that what the 4chan people are saying? Is that what you were? Okay. There's definitely some naysayers, you know, but like I also think that there's people who are just scared of being burned, you know, like they don't want to get themselves worked up and excited for K. Rool to be in this game just to find out that he isn't. And I don't blame people for that, you know. I do try to caution people about getting too overexcited, but, you know, honestly, I've even gotten to a point with it with myself where if K. Rool isn't in this game, I think I am going to be a bit disappointed. Look, I'm still going to try to I'm going to play the game, And I will judge it independently of no K. Rool being in it, okay? And I'm sure I'm probably going to love it. It looks great. But there will definitely be a part of me that is disappointed that he's not in it. That being said, I don't know. I'm pretty convinced he's going to be in it at this point. You guys have seen the videos. You've seen the Kroc watch. I think there's a lot of compelling evidence that he'll be here. K. Rool was to return. Would he also get a design update like DK himself? I'd imagine he would probably get somewhat of an update, but honestly, like, I hope he's not too different from his Smash design. The Smash design is, like, almost perfect, you know? Smash design is fantastic. One of the best parts of DKC2 is how much the collectibles pop and feel tempting and fun to get. Yeah, like, a couple of years ago, whenever DKC2 released on NSO, that was the first time that I actually, like, sat down and 100%ed those games. I've had them ever since I was a kid, you know, but I never 100%ed the DKC games, and man, that was an experience. It just made that whole game, it just, like, elevated it to a whole different level. Collecting everything is just so much fun in all the DKC games. Someone who's been there, most of the people on 4chan's video games boards literally just want to rage bait. I believe it, you know. I tend not to get too involved with any kind of, like, forums or even, like, social media these days. It's just, people are just so angry all the time now. And I used to be, too. Like, because I was, like, fully roped into that kind of, like, Twitter atmosphere a couple of years ago and just, like, you know, just angry at everything, but it's exhausting to be that way, you know? So I kind of just limited my access to that stuff, and better off for it. Just better off for it. Already heading to bed. The stream has been very enjoyable. Lots of good laughs and actor ideas. I hope everyone has a good night. Keep doing your best. Uncle Al, we love it. Well, thank you. The beginning of the end. I appreciate that. That was some kind words there, my friend. Thank you. Ooh, almost knocked over my water bottle. Retro Studios games and Jungle Beat did immense mental damage to the DKC fanbase. We were genuinely worried Bonanza was going to abandon the cast on the first trailer before we saw Cranky. I know, I'm with you. And like I said, that's why I understand the people who are skeptical and don't want to get, like, too excited for K. Rool's return just to potentially be let down again. I completely understand it 100%. I'm in the same boat. Like, I don't want to be let down in that regard. I really, really want K. Rool. But that being said, just with everything that we have seen about Bonanza, if Nintendo isn't putting K. Rool in this game, they're gonna have a problem on their hands. I think that's the long and short of it. If K. Rool is in the game, that's amazing. If he isn't, I think Voidco, Crew are still amazing villains and have amazing designs, in my opinion. Okay, like, I will say this too, like, I do actually quite like the Voidco characters so far. I like their designs as well. It won't be the end of the world if K. Rool isn't in this game. I'm happier than anything to have a new Donkey Kong game after 11 years, you know? If K. Rool isn't here, it is what it is. It'll be a little bit disappointing for me, don't get me wrong, but I'll be happier to have a new DK game than I will be disappointed to have, or to not have K. Rool, you know? You know what I mean? What do you think about the idea that Bonanza, or that in Bonanza, K. Rool is a skeleton similar to Dry Bowser due to the focus on fossils and digging in the game and all the skeleton crocodile enemies? It's an interesting idea. Especially, like, a lot of the Rareware stuff seems to be, like, fossilized, you know? We see the like, naughty fossil, and then, of course, the Kremling skeletons and stuff. So, I don't know. I hope we get to see K. Rool as K. Rool in this game, if he does show up as a skeleton. But, yeah. Assume you saw the VTuber theory thing. Yep, we covered that earlier in the stream. I guess that was a couple hours ago now. Man, it's been 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours, that's crazy. You think Voidco feel like henchmen? Even if K. Rool isn't there, I feel like there has to be a bigger bad guy. I agree with that, too. They give off, like, Brutals from Mario Odyssey energy. Like, you know, this. That's kind of the vibe I get from Voidco here. I think that's probably what we're in for, so. And I do think K. Rool is behind it. Maybe, actually. I don't know. If he's not behind Voidco, I still think he's in here somehow. There's just too many things alluding to his presence. Voidco certainly look far better visually than the Snowmads and Lord Frederick. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I liked the Snowmads. I thought they were a step up from the Tikis at least, but they still kind of just felt... I don't know. Like, they were missing something. They didn't have that special pizzazz that made them really memorable, you know? And I think these Voidco guys have it, at least. Like, they're pretty cool looking. These are pretty cool characters. They got the stuff. They got the stuff. You don't think the Kremlings are extinct or K. Rool is dead. I think the dead are the only ones he can get to work for him at this point. That's an interesting idea. Because, yeah, I mean, you know, just following up on... I think he was having a hard time convincing the Kremlings to work for him in 64, right? Or something like that. So, I don't know. That's an interesting idea. Oh, I need to move myself a little bit. A little too sedentary. Excuse me. Since costumes are part of the game, hope we get a DK64 skin and super accurate silicone graphics rare DKC skin. That would be so cool. I'm definitely here for that. DKC 3 did have Chaos as the big bad before K. Rool was revealed towards the end. That's true. Yep. Oh. Nothing is impeding the game from just souping up the leader of Voidco during the final battle, assuming the short monkey is the leader. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong that they could do something like that, but I also feel like if he was just the big bad of this game, that they probably wouldn't have had him, like, front and center. That doesn't necessarily feel like a Nintendo thing to me. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I just don't think that they would have, like, put such a huge emphasis on him right away like that, you know? It feels like it kind of just spoils any potential, like, for surprises. But that's just me. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be totally off. Somebody, it might have been Skips. I forget. So, it might have been Skips. Suggested that, you know how Bowser was inspired by the Demon Bull King from the Journey to the West, and how K. Rool might be kind of filling those shoes in this game. It would be really funny, or like a really cool, neat callback or something like that, for them to have like a silhouette for Bowser coming into frame or something like that, right? And you think like, oh my god, is this gonna be Bowser? And then he steps out of the shadows and it's actually just K. Rool with like, you know, the the Bull King outfit or something like that. It's kind of like both a nod to like the Smash trailer where DDD is there, but also you know, Donkey Kong Country 1 with the fake credits roll. Like that would be such a fun thing. Will we ever see DK's coconut gun again, or has it been confiscated after the Great Kong Wars? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm doubtful that we'll see it in this game, but you never know. You never know. Maybe they'll include it as like a mini game or something where he's got a coconut gun. Was Bowser in the first Odyssey trailer? I'm trying to think, but I don't think he was. I think that was mostly just focused on Mario, right? Mario kind of running around a couple of new locales. Like, I remember him running around New Donk City. I can't recall if he was anywhere else. I don't know. I don't remember the trailer very well. But yeah, I mean, that if he's not in that trailer, then that just kind of goes along with what I was saying too, that like I don't think that little monkey is the main bad guy. I feel like they wouldn't have put him front and center like that right off the rip if he was the main guy. What you're saying, Kenny James should voice K. Rool, the actual voice lines. Yeah. I don't know. That could be funny. If K. Rool is playable, having costumes for him would be a great idea. There's like Rool's 3 personas, yeah. Actually, yeah, you know, somebody brought up a good point about him for Mario Kart World. You know, that game's whole thing is like characters in new costumes and stuff. If they bring K. Rool into Bonanza and then do a DLC pack for Mario Kart World with the Donkey Kong characters, K. Rool would be fit. He would just fit so well. They could give him so many different costumes. That would be so cool. That's like his whole thing. If we do get K. Rool back, who you hope he looks a bit more like his rare design. You love the bigger and connected eyes, and the bigger crown. Doubt they'd actually go with that. I do feel like I think his design is probably going to be a little bit different from what we saw in Smash if he is back. But I have a feeling it's probably going to like be kind of in that realm. It's probably going to be somewhat similar. Because that one already kind of really blended like the Payon era K. Rool with his rare design really well. So yeah. Yeah. DK Island alone could be a whole DLC cup. That's what I was thinking too. And they could add a bunch of DKC characters, like, or just DK characters, I guess. That would be really cool. Hope they're saving Diddy, Dixie, Funky back in a Bonanza theme Mario Kart World DLC. Me too. I really hope that they get to be in it. I hope they're just holding off, like, for one thing, to promote Bonanza. You know, like, they're gonna release Bonanza, and then at some point after that, they're gonna release, like, a Donkey Kong DLC pack. I hope that's one thing. But then I also hope that it includes K. Rool. I feel like, and this is copeful thinking. I do feel like they're about ready to bring K. Rool back in a big way with Bonanza, and I think that could result in him showing up in more games on the Switch too. That's what I'm hoping. It's hoping and coping. Take a double bossy deluxe on a raft. Yep. We serve food here, sir. I'd kill to bring Benedict Campbell back. I know, me too, man. That's what we were talking about earlier. That, like, dude, imagine just how amazing it would be if there was a big musical number at the end of this game. Just a big, like, during the K. Rool boss fight, right? If K. Rool's in here and he's the big final boss, and he also has a big dumb musical number, a theatrical Broadway musical number to go along with his boss fight, and it's voiced by Benedict Campbell. Oh, I would kill for that too. I don't know that it's the most likely thing, but man, what I wouldn't give for it. You know, Odyssey has, you know, they've done vocal musical numbers in Odyssey, right? What's stopping them from doing something like that for Bonanza? Bringing Mr. Ben Campbell back. Oh. Maury Calliope voicing K. Rool. Let's not get too crazy, okay? Let's not get too rowdy here. Let's not color outside the lines or anything. Uncle, since your video about the Journey to the West comparison, you have made me become more hyped for this game. It's just too many reasons for K. Rool to appear in this game. I know. That's what I'm saying. Nah, it never happened, but it's a dream. Yeah. I'm hoping, and like, not that I'm expecting, I really don't expect this, but I think it would be really cool to see them reference the DK cartoon in this game. Even just subtly or something, you know. That'd be the... Holy shit, dude. 50 gift memberships? Bro! Oh my god! McTankies! Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. Good lord. That's insane, bro. That was way too generous. That's way too generous, man. What? I'm like, I'm kind of speechless right now. I appreciate that so much. Incredibly generous. It was very, very kind of you. What, McTankies, was that? McTankies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna have a lot more names to add in the description on my videos. Oh, I need like a soundboard so I could play Donkey Kong sounds when something like this happens. Not that this happens that often, but dude, this is crazy. Just like so many people. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna like wait for that to slow down and just like process. Man, a horde moment. Yeah, you've like returned the banana horde. You're like Donkey Kong returning back from his journey. You've brought memberships. You really need a dumb soundboard? Yeah, I do. Oh, banana. Well, yeah. Dang, man. Okay, I think that's all of them that went through. Dude, thanks so much, dude. I appreciate that a lot. I don't stream all that often. I really should do some streams more often, you know, and try to take more advantage of having, like, channel memberships active and that kind of stuff, you know. Yeah. When the game drops in 7, Will you immediately start streaming or wait and make something special in the stream? I am considering what to do for Donkey Kong Bonanza. Because, like, on one hand, I really would like to stream the game. It probably would make sense for me to do so. I would probably have a lot of eyes on me for that. Excuse me. But at the same time, like, I also just want to, like... I also want to give my, like, undivided focus and attention to the game and not have to worry about bouncing back and forth between the stream and the game, you know what I mean? Like the stream chat. Especially because I also want to record my playthrough to do, like, a big playthrough video. Like, an edited down playthrough. Like, my 100% runs that I did last year, basically. I don't know that I'll do a full 100% run for a video for this game, but I at least want to do some sort of playthrough, you know what I mean? Especially because, like, I don't know if it's going to take the Odyssey approach to collectibles. That game is such a chore to try to 100%. It's, like, not even fun to try to 100% Odyssey. And I don't want that to be the case with Bonanza. Like, I don't want to lock in on doing a 100% video and then, like, not have fun with the game at a certain point, you know? I don't want that to happen. I want to enjoy this game as much as I can on my first playthrough, so. But, I don't know. I'll kick around the idea of what to do as far as, like, a stream or something. I don't know. You want to soak it all in uninterrupted. Yeah, pretty much. And man, I would love to play it, like, at the stroke of midnight too when it comes out, but I'm also kind of just well, I want a physical copy of the game, and I don't think anywhere around here is going to be doing a midnight launch for Donkey Kong. Unfortunately, because they totally should. I'm going to check. I have it pre-ordered with GameStop. I guess I'll check with them when it's a little closer, but I doubt they're going to do a midnight launch. Whew! I think I'm gonna go until 1. I was gonna stop at midnight, actually, but I'm just having a blast just sitting here chatting with you guys. This is honestly the kind of stream that I've been wanting to do for a while. Just get on here and yap, chit-chat with my viewers, and yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We've had pretty consistently high viewers, too. It's really cool. I'm assuming a lot of you guys are new to this channel. So I appreciate you guys tuning in to my first stream after a little while, other than a Nintendo Direct stream. You don't want any spoilers, and that'll be hard without completing the game prior to any more social media use. I'm with you there. Although, I say that, but I'm also, like, simultaneously spoiling the game for myself by doing all this crazy analysis on it. So, but, you know, I still want to play the game through as much as I can without having other stuff outside of it spoiled, I guess. I don't know. Saying quick hello before you go to bed. Hello, Minor Mole. Good night. You should stream more often. It's pretty fun. I definitely wouldn't mind it. It's just, like, I'm working so much on, like, videos and stuff behind the scenes that, like, I don't ever feel as much energy to get on here and just yap. But I didn't do a whole lot today, so I felt more lively to just get on here and stream for a bit. But I don't know, maybe I could do some more of that going forward. I don't know. We'll see. Just gotta say, bro, love your stuff. Couldn't find your channel a week ago and panicked before I forgot to sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bonanza is gonna be a blast. Can't wait to get my grubby little hands on it. Me too. I'm so excited. You're one of the few people who talk about video games that doesn't have an annoying ass voice. I thank you, I guess. True, but speculation is ambiguous enough. That's true. I mean, if you're talking about like not being spoiled and stuff, yes and no, I guess, because especially if we've cracked to this journey to the west angle with it, I mean, I feel like that's a pretty big, like, whoa, yeah, we've probably found out a good bit about this game because of that, but I'm sorry, what was his name? McTankies? Is he still here? Is he here in the chat still? I don't think I even saw him say anything. He just swooped in, dropped 50 memberships, and skedoodled. If you're here, my man, I appreciate you. Wish I got David Wise again. Yeah, I'm with you. I know. I do want to see him. I do want to see a third Donkey Kong Country game from Retro Studios. I would love to see them get to finish their trilogy, and I would love to see them bring David Wise back for it. I think that would be amazing. I honestly can't believe that before Smash Ultimate, K. Rool felt like a neglected character akin to Wart or Tatanga. Here we are now, super excited for the King's potential return. I know. I remember those days, man. It feels like... well, I was going to say it feels like an eternity ago, but not really, actually. It feels just, like, recent to me still for some reason. Like, I don't know. I guess that's not true either. I don't know. I'm in a weird headspace at the moment, I guess. I'm glad he's back, is what I'm getting at. And I remember those days vividly. Just people, naysayers, like, K. Rool will never be in a Smash Bros. Game. He's just a Bowser ripoff. 2018 wasn't that long ago. I know, it was and it wasn't at the same time. Like, that was still, what, 7 years ago? So, 7 years is and isn't that long ago, but it is. Squidward type dialogue? What, me? Me with the, I don't know. 7 years ago. It was a long time ago, but not. Wasn't K. Rool going to be in Project M at one point? Not sure if that was official or a mod for the mod. I'm not sure. Not sure myself. Yeah, the fact that he was revealed 7 years ago. I know. It's so crazy, dude. I remember it like it was yesterday. That is still like the biggest highlight of my gaming career is seeing K. Rool come back. I voted every day, man, during the Smash Ballot days to get K. Rool back. Bringing him back to the DK series, seeing him show up in Bonanza would just be the epilogue, That would be the icing on the cake. I'll feel just perfectly satisfied and content knowing that K. Rool is back in the DK series again. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go a couple more minutes here. I just want to hit that 4-hour mark. I just want to see that that number hit 4 hours. It's almost there, so. And then at that point, I think I'm gonna crash. I think I'm gonna crash out for the night. Are the Kremlings coming back in a living form at all? There's golden skeletons, but it doesn't satisfy the hunger for the Kremlings. I don't know. I hope they do. I really hope they do. I'm thinking that, like, there's a good chance they might. It's just, they don't want to totally spoil the surprise just yet. What got you making the Krusty Cooch Chronicles in the first place? Well, funny enough, I guess my online YouTube career has kind of come full circle because when I started doing my Uncle Al channel years ago, I started as a gaming channel, and I wanted to do, like, gaming reviews and coverage and all that kind of stuff, but, well, yeah, it wasn't very good stuff back then. You could argue. I guess, I don't know. Anyway, but I really wanted to make something of myself on YouTube, you know? I didn't want to work at my shitty job for the rest of my life. I really had my eyes set on content creation. And I knew I could do voice impressions really well, and I actually just did a, like, well, the first video, the first of the SpongeBob videos, Squidward busts a nut, which was just kind of intended to be this goofy little shit post that I was going to share with my friends on Discord, and that was going to be it. And they thought it was funny, and they said I should just post it on Twitter. And so I did, and then I gained traction from that. And I kind of just rolled with that. Did more SpongeBob stuff until that really, like, took off big. So. Whoa. I'm stretching. Glad that K. Rool got in with Ultimate. Kind of disappointed that he wasn't in those Amiibo skin compilation games. Yeah, that's true. They weren't aware of the demand for K. Rool back then until, you know, the Switch, whatever. No. Sorry, my brain's not working. I'm, like, fried now. The Smash Ballot. That's what I was looking for. Here, Croc at my watch. Oh boy. The legend born from Squidward's nut. Yes. I zoned out for just a second. I hear you say Squidward buzz a nut. I know. It's funny now that I get to say that's where my online career really started, with Squidward busting a nut. Is it 4 hours yet? Almost. We're a couple seconds off. We're almost there, my friends. And bingo! We hit 4 hours. Yeah! Woo! Alright, guys. This was fun. This was fun to just get here and chat with you guys. Would you guys be down for just more chat streams like this? You know, just getting on here and yapping. I had fun doing this. Like, sometimes I don't want to just, like, always get on stream and, like, play games, you know? Sometimes I just feel like talking. So. Cool, lots of people saying you guys are down. That's awesome. Awesome. Cool, cool, cool. That's cool to see. I'll definitely consider doing some more like this in the future. Maybe maybe I can just get on every now and then, do some Q&A chat type streams. Thank you, everybody, first of all, for all the super chats. Everybody who contributed to that. And that 50 membership gift thing, man, McTankies, if you're still here, dude, you're insane. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's very, very kind and generous. And yeah, all right. I guess that's where we'll cut it. It's 1 a.m. I need to go to bed. Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here. Love ya. Appreciate ya. I'll see you guys in the next one. Hang on. Where's my... There it is. Bye-bye!